And welcome along and welcome back to Haut-Beyleron. Today we are going to be getting on with the sunflowers. So I'm just going to unfold the combine. We'll get it started up here. There we go. Are we connected up on our PTO? Yes, we are. Oh, because we tried to do this last time and it didn't work. Now, I've disabled the Beware of Straw mod, which was causing us problems last time. And suddenly, we are able to cut sunflowers. So, yes, I don't know what's going on with the Beware of Straw mod. It seems that I'm going to have to disable it every time I'm doing a non-straw based crop. Now the two fields we have to do today, the two sunflower fields we have to do today, because we have a sugar beet field as well, we're probably going to get onto next episode. Those we want to get knocked out. This is the smaller of the two. This is field 29. It's still a fairly decently sized field. I mean, we're not dealing with a small crop here. And so I'm going to be spending a little bit of time getting around to doing that. I think we need to move our tractor. I think that's in the way for what I'm trying to do at the moment. Yeah. Oh, way too close to the combine. So yeah, we're going to take out probably 3 headlands here in order to give us enough space to turn around. And then start cutting into the field. Any excess crop from this we're going to be putting into our windmill so that we can make sunflower oil from it. And again, get extra cash from that. Unfortunately, this contract itself is not feeding into our windmill, but we can't have everything, unfortunately. I think neither of our contracts are feeding into our windmill, unfortunately. But we have had a decent amount of flour coming out of contracts before, so we're all good, really, as far as this goes. I'm very pleased that this is now working without having without having the Beware of Straw on here. I was worried we weren't going to make anything from that, and these are still fairly decent sized contracts that we're taking on, which means that we'll still get a decent amount of stuff out. I need to finish off the power harrowing of our fields as well. We've got minus 767 pounds though, so until we finish this first contract, we're not actually going to be able to do anything about the field, and I'm slightly worried in that I can't remember which contract I borrowed this combine for. So it's very, very possible that we could end up finishing this contract, getting it back, and or returning it to get some money, and discovering that actually the combine that we're using comes from that as well. Coming around for the final row of our headlands, and we're over 30% complete on this contract before we've even finished the headlands off. Now, that does mean that, given that we're only 82% full as well, we're not expecting more than about 3 full tanks off here. Which shouldn't be too hard then. We should get most of this field in the trailer and in the combine before we go and tip anything, which is always a really good way to be on any contract. If you can get the contract harvested before you go and tip any of the product, then you tend to find out that you get more product back to yourself at the end. So that's putting that out. We do still have the manual discharge mod on here, so that should be fine. Let's bring this round. We're quite low on our gears on our tractor. There we go. Right, and discharge. Perfect. So yeah, I don't know how many tanks worth will fit in this trailer from this combine, but I'm kind of hoping it's 2. If it's 2, we're going to be pretty good for setting up this contract. If it's less than that, we might struggle to get the whole field harvested first. But either way, I think we're not going to have too much problem with getting this all done. The issue might come if it puts this against the other field. So both of these two fields are being delivered to the same place. If the contract goes, or if this sunflower goes towards the other contract, then I think we're going to have an issue. Oh, we're fairly straight on. I have set up the GPS, so that will make things easier for us. And yeah, we seem to have picked the right spot to pop in at, which is quite good. One thing that got pointed out in the comments of the last video was, why have we been given this header? This Capello header seems an odd choice to go with this combine, considering that there is a New Holland header to go with it, which is, yeah, a really good question. I know that the contracts sometimes do tend to give random things together and give us random equipment to work with each other, but this does seem just that little bit odd to have that here instead of an all New Holland setup. I'm guessing it's just that the farmer never had in game that the farmer never had the full New Holland setup. But it's yeah, it is a little bit of a weird one. It's working well though. I mean, it's chomping through these sunflowers. It's not giving us any hassle. We're nearly halfway through this contract at this point, even though we've only emptied once, which is, yeah, it's not the biggest of fields. This, I thought it was bigger than it is, and I'm kind of hoping that we're gonna get through this, because this one here, this is not the bigger field today. We've got a much bigger field up the top in the form of field 22, and we need to get both of these knocked out today, because today is the last day for sunflowers. We do know from our time on the old stream farm that it doesn't seem to matter with contracts. You can seem to get them done after withering is supposed to hit, but realism wise, I don't want to do that. I want to try and get everything done within our harvesting window. So I want to get all of the sunflowers out today if we possibly can. Our contract on here is now definitely halfway complete, and we have, well, we've got less than a half of the second tank filled in this combine. So yeah, we're very much looking at having a only having 2 tanks, sorry, 3 tanks maximum, which is, yeah, a trailer and a half. Looking at the trailer, I'm trying to get all of this row in one go, because that is just going to be the more efficient way to do this. Otherwise, I've got to come back and get a single line of sunflowers. Thankfully, it looks like it thins out towards the bottom end of this field, so we shouldn't have much problem getting all of these. And there is the beep for the half a tank. So yeah, that's interesting that we, well, our cut-in has only given us half a tank. Really, really weird. At this point, it definitely doesn't look like we're going to have a third full tank. We are coming to the end of the second cut-in. We've got that side over there to do. We are at 90% full, just about. We will be by the end of this row. So the end of the next row is going to get us within a stone's throw of a full tank. So yeah, that will put us in a good position for filling the trailer up, and then yeah, we're not going to have a full tank off the last section. When we've cut 2/3 of the main part of the field here, And that is only just getting us anywhere near a full tank. That is not surprising that we're not going to get a full tank off the remainder of the field. Let's get our auger out. We're going to see the tip of that. Yeah, just out of the corner of the window. Well designed combine when you can actually see the end of the auger. And we are not going to be full before we hit the end of this row. So what I'll do is at the end of this row, we'll stop, we'll go grab the traction trailer, we'll get this emptied, and then we can cut in again. Probably have a full trailer at that point, but we should still be able to get this whole field harvested before we go and tip any of the sunflower seeds. So in actual fact, that will put us at 70% finished at this point. And I'm just looking at how much we've got in this trailer, and it's only 36%. So our trailer is only a third full after our first unload earlier. And so, yeah, we're only going to be about 2/3 full on the trailer. So all of these sunflowers will fit in this trailer. I'm very tempted to head up to the top field with all of this, fill this trailer first, and then go and tip it. Because if I remember correctly, both of these sunflower contracts are going... No, they're not. So this one that we're doing now, this wants to go in Le Jardin de Fermier farm shop. The other one is going into the grain elevator near field 22. So yeah, we want to get all of this loaded up into this trailer and then take it down to the farm shop. And any excess we want to immediately put into our... wow, 77%. I think it'll all still fit. We then want to immediately put that into our windmill and start producing some sunflower oil. Because when sunflower oil best to be sold, it'll be down here somewhere. There we go. Sunflower oil is looking fairly good at the moment. January is the best time to sell. No, actually February is the best time to sell it. So yeah, that will bring us in some good cash at that point as well. So yeah, we're looking at getting that sorted for February and making a good amount of extra money off the sunflowers off here and off the other field. But yeah, no point in putting them into the farm shop and making money, or even putting them into the grain elevator, I don't think. One thing we will be able to do though is this combine, we'll be able to send it with a hired worker. No, we won't. I was thinking we'll send it up to it with a hired worker to field 22 and it'll be up there when we're ready to go. It won't, because we are still in the negative numbers, and I don't know if I can complete this contract and keep this equipment. So we're going to have to remain in the negative numbers for now. Not great, but what can I do about it? Coming up to the end of the last row now. And we are only 35% full. So, yeah, not a massive amount more off here, but that does mean this field is 80% complete. And we can get this all back to the, well, the Jardin de Fermier, I think it is where we need to go and tip this. As I said, we're not going to be tipping it all in there. I'm going to try, actually, and use something that somebody suggested, which was basically using the grain door at the back. There we go. Bring that in. How full is that? 92%, 20,000 litres. So, judging by, we want to produce about 80%. I think that we want to get 16,000 of this tipped. So if we're lucky, we'll get 16,000 of this tipped. And then we will be able to put another 4,000 into our windmill. So here we are, where we need to tip this. Now, yeah, this is the right place. Yeah. It's being absolutely sure of where I'm tipping it. Now, we are going to be doing this as per, as I said before, with the grain door. So, 80% complete. There we go. So, yeah, this is emptying for field 29. As I said, we want to leave about 4,000 litres, I think. How are we done? 45%. Yeah, this is going to be about right. So, take it down. Keep an eye just in case it completes. And there. 82%. 83%. Wow, we're not going to have as much left as I'd hoped. About 2,000 litres left by the looks of things. There, we done. And we got a little bit of money. 440. Not enough to clear stuff off. Only 1,800 litres, though, that we have to go and put in our farm. Or in our windmills. So, yeah, I'm going to go and tip that in there. And then we'll meet back up at field 22. Because time is getting on. It's 3 in the afternoon. And we've still got a field of sunflowers to cut. And it's the larger one. Over an hour later. And we're finally getting up to the field with our combine. Yeah, I think there's little hope that we're actually going to get this harvested before the sun sets today. Right, I want to turn off my beacons, turn on my combine, and away we go. Oh, I remember ploughing this field a while ago. Already we can see the difference in size in this field. We are nearly 50% full, and we are not even at 10% of the field complete. I'm expecting us to hit 10% before we complete the headland. But yeah, it's still, we are half full before we hit that. In fact, there is the beep for half full. So it's quite a long way around, quite a lot of sunflowers you get. And based on only being 10% of the way through, or not even being 10% of the way through, and being half full, we're talking about having, 20% being a full tank. We're talking about 5 full tanks, which is definitely more than our trailer can handle. Thankfully, we're right next to our delivery location for this. But, yeah, we are going to get a lot more sunflowers off here. And we're going to end up with more than a couple of 1,000 litres for ourselves at the end. Which is great. However, the rain is not looking good next game day. And as I said before, it is out of the harvest window for sunflowers. So, looks like we're going to be burning the midnight oil a bit. That sunset is just incredible. I just love that. And we are 85% complete now. And, yeah, I don't think we're going to make it all the way back to our tractor and trailer. We should get fairly close. No stone picking's been done on this field since we ploughed it all those months ago. But it is good to see that the field does seem to be producing fairly well. We're now up to about 15% complete, I think. And so not too bad. But it's going to be about 5, well, I think at least 5 full tanks to get this whole field cut. Which is quite a considerable amount, to be honest. Considering this combine holds about 10,000 litres. So we're looking at about 50,000 litres of sunflowers off here. That's huge. And if we're looking at delivering 80% of them, I think we might end with maybe 6,000 litres of sunflowers if we're lucky. Judging by how much I was expecting to end up with last time. Actually, we might only end up with about 5,000. If it's only about 10% of the crop left, then quite possibly we'll end up with about 5,000 litres of sunflowers off this field. However, that's still a really good amount for us. You can see, though, the light is fading, and we are definitely going to be going into the night to get these sunflowers harvested. Which is fine. That kind of tends to be what happens during harvest. Coming up to my second full tank, and we're not even 40% of the way through yet, which is very surprising. What I'm actually going to do is, because I won't make it the whole way into the next, or the whole way down the next row, is we're going to empty out here with a not quite full tank. We're just going to clear this little bit off the bottom here. A small wedge. There we go. And then I'll just turn the thresher off for a minute while we empty. Now this should take our trailer up to maybe about 80% full. We get about 9,300 litres off here in the end. So it's a decent sized amount. Oh, let's keep it in trailer. There we go. But it is, yeah, it's about 80% of the trailer for 2 full tanks. So we're able to top up a little bit off a third tank, but we're never going to get it fill a full third tank in here. We will check how full our trailer is before we go and continue cutting, but you can see at the moment it is quite full, and that there's not a huge amount more that we're going to fit in here. So let's bring that in and just go and check this. So yeah, 82% full on that, off 2, well, 1 full tank and 1 nearly full tank. So it's gonna be one of those things where we only probably want half a tank to fill it up. Right, let's see where our lineup is. Let's start up the combine again, position ourselves, and in we go. And yeah, it's just gone 9 o'clock in the evening, so there's still a fair amount of harvesting to do here before we complete this. So I've done 1 run there and back. We're going to top off the trailer, and then we should be able to go and tip this first load. So empty it out, top off it. Yeah, as I said, top off the trailer. And we'll see how much more this will hold. Is it going to hold the full 3,000 litres? Yep, it has. So that's good enough for me. We'll head back up here. And then I'm going to go and tip that and continue on. And it's not very far to tip this. 96,000. Sorry, 96% this has got. So just bring this into here. This is our target destination for these sunflowers. And up goes the trailer. And that has made us 50% complete on the contract and delivered 53% of the sunflowers. So actually that's been really good for us. We need then to go and sit at the field. 1 more trailer is going to complete this contract, which is great news. I just don't know how far we're going to get, but we are 50% of the way through, so that is good news. Can we get ourselves... it's not too much of the field left. I think we're going to be all right. Especially as we've got a nice moonlit night. It's making things a lot easier to see. Our second cut-in is just about complete, and it's given us a 90% full combine, so we'll empty that now, because we won't make it round again. Oh, come on. Back up. There's the end of our auger. There's our trailer. don't think it's quite over it. Let's take a look. Oh, no, we're not quite. Over a little bit more. And then bring it in and empty it. Perfect. So, yeah, we are about 75% of the way through the contract by the looks of things. Yeah, that's exactly where we are. So, not a huge amount more to deliver. We just need to... Well, we know a second full trailer is going to do this. So, yeah, let's get this emptied to get this cut. And, oh, wow, it's just turned midnight. And there we go. There is all of our overnight costs. Takes us over £1,000 into the red. Really, really need to get this done now. It is 20 to 3 in the morning, but we are on our last row of sunflowers. We've got nearly a full trailer of the sunflowers as well. And yes, so this is going to be... Well, actually, so we thought last time it would be less than, or it'd be more than 2 trailers off here when we delivered the first one. Not the case at all. Let's fold that up and empty that out. We're not going to be using this harvester again this evening. We can get it all returned. Nicely done. There we go. Lights off. Engine off. Let that go in. And we're going to take this and go and get it tipped. So we're more than 90% complete on this contract, I think. 91% complete on this contract. So we want to watch how close, or want to watch closely how complete we are going into this. So let's tip this out through the grain door again. And I think, as I said, we're going to be hopefully left with about 10,000. We'll stop at 10,000. That takes us 75%. That tells me we need to go down to about 5,000, I think. 6, 5. 89%. 90%. It is going to be less than 5,000. Wow. Maybe... There we go. We are left with just about 3,000 litres of sunflowers. Let's go tip those down into our windmill. So here we are, all our flour ready to go. There's the tip for this. Once we got this tipped, we can get our contract completed and then we're done for the day. Long old day, this one. But... that's kind of what happens. No, that didn't tip. Let's get a little bit further back, I think. There we go. Now that's tipping. In it goes into our windmill. And yeah, we have 4,751 litres of sunflowers in there. So let's just get the sunflower oil activated. And we can start outputting that now as well. And then we can complete our contracts. So which one was it that had... so we're going to complete 29 first. Yeah, least cost. Had we completed this, we would have lost the equipment. So collect that. Collect that. Into the... black we go again. We have a field full of sugar beet that we need to do here today. So we're going to jump into the roper harvester we got here. We got the Panther 2. Start her up, get all the lights on it so that we can see everything and get started. It's going to take us a little while to get this done today, I think. But as we have some money in again, we've been able to get this started. Of course, our hired worker is back working across our field up here. So this will be getting cleared today, and we're going to be cracking on with this. So it's all good. We should have plenty of money in order to get that other job done. Let's unfold our header and unfold our harvester. And actually, We're going to start off by going counterclockwise around this field. It takes a little while for this thing to unfold. But there we go. We're going to go counterclockwise around this field. And then, yeah, we'll switch around when we come back. And we should have a decent amount off here. As I said, this is a fairly big field. This is not a massive harvester. This might take us a little while to get done. So I'm going to set up the GPS running down this side here. I think we've set our first waypoint. Yep, right behind us there. We're going straight down here, and this is the long edge of the field. Having GPS on here is going to make things so much easier, thankfully. So we'll have it set up down here, and then we'll move across the field in that direction as we cut in to get things done. The sun is coming up. Things are getting brighter. I think we're going to have a good November day to get all of this done. Now, we've made it most of the way around the field. We're coming back down the back straight. And we've only just passed half full. That does mean we're not going to make it the whole way back around the field before we have to empty. So what I'm going to do is we're going to empty out into the trailer as we get to the end of the field each time. Fill it up from there. And what I'm probably going to try and do is set it on a hired worker. So we're going to set it to deliver to destination when it's full. And hopefully then we'll be able to keep it in this same point and get it to deliver like that. So we'll do that while we're filling this up with the first lot. We are at 64%, maybe? No, 63% total. So let's extend our... Oh, we need to select the right bit of kit. And then unfold that. There we go. Right. And then bring that over. And then empty it out. And while we're doing this, we're going to set this up so that this tractor here, we want to create a job. Now, where do we actually need to deliver this to? So this harvesting job is going to be delivered to the Fermier's farm shop. So back onto here, we want to do that. Create job. We want to load and deliver. Actually, no, we want to deliver. It's a looping job. We want it to go to the down the Fermier's farm shop. Perfect. Loading location is where we are, which is good. Yep, and it's looping. Start job. There we go. And then when we fill the trailer up, well, no, actually, it's going to go off and do it now, which is good. Let's get out of their way. That can go off and do that. And we can just keep going. Turn you back on. Down we go with the header. And away we go with getting this field harvested. It's going to take us a while, this, I think. Coming up to the end of our second headland, and our tractor and trailer isn't back yet. In fact, let's have a quick look at this and see where it is. Looking at our map. Oh, there it is. So it's got about halfway back. So what I think I'm going to do, because of the time that it takes, is we're just going to pop over to here and enter our crystal. I want to drop the front loader, well, not the front loader itself off, but the actual forks. And then we're going to put our trailer on it as well and make sure that we have 2 tractors and trailers that are able to do the carting here. That will keep us moving rather nicely. And it'll be a little while before our other tractor gets back. Right. Seeing as we have our cane trailer sitting here doing nothing. Let's bring that up. Right, and then what we can do is set the worker for this, create a job. We want it to deliver to the farmer's market loading position. I am going to put at the other end of the field here. So like that. And looping start job. Right. And that tractor is off. Perfect. While I was waiting for the tractors to get back, I've loaded a little bit more into my harvester. Both tractors are here now, though. And we're going to unload into the JCB and the Flegel first. And then we can look at... well, I think we might end up with enough in the harvester after doing a couple more rounds from where we were to actually then put into the other tractor and trailer. So that's all good. While I'm here actually and doing this, what I want to do is adjust this one ever so slightly. So cancel job, create job. We're going to move it ever so slightly north to there at that angle, and then start job. And that can then move a little bit up. That is going to go and deliver that. But it then keeps the tractors and trailers off the actual roadway. So if either of them want to drive about, they can very easily. And I'm just going to clear up this little bit that we missed at the edge, because whatever we have left over from this contract, we want to hold on to. And then we might be able to make some sugar if we can get a sugar beet factory. And the amount of time it's taken me to get 75% full, it looks like our JCB's made it back. So I think we're probably going to cancel the carting worker. Yeah, there's the JCB. So we're going to cancel the carting worker on the on our tractor with our own trailer, because it's not worth having that expenditure for that person. So let's just back this up, and yeah, what we'll do is we'll go and do this headland here. We've got one more set of headlands to do after this, and then we're going to start cutting in. But considering how long it takes us to get full, and the fact that we're not going to be doing any more headlands after this, and we're going to start cutting in, I don't think it's necessary to have our Zetor with the cane trailer up here. I think we're going to be able to do it all with the JCB, thankfully. And there we go, coming to the end of the row. We'll pull this up here. And yeah, 92%. This trailer should hold all of this, I think. It's the nice thing about this nice large trailer. What I'm going to do then is come into the hired workers here and just cancel the job on that, and that can then just sit there. I will probably fill that trailer up with some sugar beets, simply because wow, yeah, simply because we want to have some sugar beet left over. That's interesting in that trailer, oh, it's weight. There's so much weight in that trailer, it can't take any more. So, yeah, we have about 25%. We can't load more than 50%. Oh, sorry, more than about 75% of our harvester into that trailer. So, yeah, we need to take note of that. We might end up needing this second trailer after all. We're currently approaching 50 or just past 55% full, and we're coming up to the same corner as our tractor is. Now what I'm thinking is, if we can only take 75% in our other piece of equipment, or in our other trailer, and that I think has only just reached the sell point. So yeah, in fact 21% transported, what we're going to need to do is we are going to need to empty and use this trailer. Just simply because we won't be able to do it all the time if we don't, or keep this moving if we don't. So we'll fill this up and we'll see how much this trailer takes. I'm hoping it's going to be the full 65%. Looks like it. Let's have a look. Yeah, that hasn't overloaded it, so that's good. I think it can probably take a little bit more, which is great news. So we're going to put the hired worker back on this. We are going to create job, same as before. Start it, and away you go. Yep. So that one's off. And that's good. We got both pieces of equipment, or both tractors now doing the carting. And we're going to start cutting in a bit. So I'm going to move the JCB's start point up to here once it gets back. But this should mean we keep our harvester moving, which is really important, seeing as we are only a quarter of the way through this contract. And we are... well, we're only just finishing the headlands, and it's 20 past 1 in the afternoon. This may be a 2-day job. We'll see how far we get. 30% of the way through the field, and we're coming up to 70% full. I've moved the JCB a little bit closer to where we're working at the moment. So what I'm going to do is go and empty into that. Because we want to get this or keep everything running. So bring this alongside, empty it out. Our other tractor is on the way back. It should be here pretty soon, so I'm not too worried about us emptying at this point. It is a little bit inefficient if I'm not filling the trailer up each time, but I think we're going to end up with a setup there that will probably end up with that happening anyway. Let's reverse up. The other tractor isn't here. Right, I'm expecting that to drive off in a moment. Meanwhile, we can get stuck back into here, and I can just see coming onto the map now, our other tractor will be back soon. Don't quite know why our first one isn't moving yet. It kind of needs to, because, yeah, that's going to be fairly full. I think that isn't moving because it's not quite full enough. We have got another 30% of a tank here, so I'm just going to go and top this up. Get this filled up. I think we're going to have to do at least 75% before tipping. We should be all right doing it that way because we have enough tractors and trailers now working on this. But this will, yeah, only put another 6% in, and then I think that's going to go. Are you going to go? Have I actually got that right on the correct job on that? Yeah, there we go. So the JCB's off. We've got 24%. We will load up our other tractor and trailer because we're bound to hit 75% before the other one comes back. And yeah, keep things nice. Whoa. Keep things nice and moving is the only way that we're going to get through this contract in any decent time, I think. So we're now in that window of between 75% and being full. In fact, I think we're going to hit about 80% by the time we finish this row. Yep, there we go. We've got our own Z-Tour with the cane trailer here. Our JCB is still on the way back. So this is why we need a 2 carting setup here to keep things running. Let's empty this, see if this will take a full 80% in here, which would be good if it did. I don't know whether it's going to be fully loaded or not. Let's see, we're down to 20%, 10%, or just shy. So yeah, 75%, about right for that tractor and trailer. That's good. By the time we hit 75% again, our other tractor and trailer should be back here. So, yeah, we'll all be good, and we'll keep things moving. This is now working out well. I like this system. It always gets pretty dark this time of year, but it's not doing too bad. The sun is setting. It's 20 past 5. We are 41% of the way through this contract. I think our aim this video is going to be to get to 50% of the way through. If we can do that, we can then pick it up next time, and using the same system should work pretty well for us. I'm very, very happy with this. It's working well for us. If we keep well, we only need to keep a small amount of this for making sugar. The ultimate aim, and the reason why I'm trying to keep some of the sugar beet off this and make some sugar from it, is because I really want to make a cake. If we're going to buy the bakery, then we're almost there with what we need to bake a cake. If we can get sugar, we need sugar, milk, flour, and eggs, I think it is. So we have 3/4 of those. If we can get this. Oh, and butter. We need to be able to make some butter as well. So, yeah, we need milk and butter are the big things that we're still going to have to do. We're going to need the dairy for that and some cows. So we're going to be working our way towards that. But, yeah, sugar beet and, or sugar, flour, and eggs are things that we should have by the end of this year, which would make things really good. I'm going to have to go and check on my hired worker, though, because, oh no, it seems to be okay. So we've got a couple more rounds, and then we're going to fill the JCB up again, and then we'll see where we are from there. So I've gone down and back, and yeah, we are nearly 90% full now. So we know that this is going to be more than this trailer can handle, which is fine. We've got the other carting tractor and trailer on the way back down here, like so. Let's get this emptied. So we're expecting about a 10%, 15% left over. I'm not over the trailer, I don't think. Let's get this repositioned better. It would tell me if I was over the trailer, so there we go. Let's get that in a better position. Why are you not wanting me to empty it? And, oh, here comes the other tractor now. There we go. Out that empties as the other one works its way round. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Why are you not emptying? There we go. All good. Right, that's heading off, and I want to cut in again, so we're going to come into here. We really do want to hit that 50% in order to go anywhere. It is only 20 past 6, but it is quite dark. Thankfully, if we're cutting in, it should be fairly easy to see where we're going and be able to see the next row while it's not too wide. This is going fairly well. I think we're going to get this cleared next time. It's tipping it down with rain now as we enter the evening. Yeah, it's 25 past 7. We are 73% full on our harvester at the moment. I'm just going to grab this little row here. But that means that we're pretty good to go to unload this and get our tractor and trailer doing. Yeah, I think this will fill up our tractor and trailer quite nicely over here with the Z-Tor. You can't see because it's in the darkness. Our JCB is on its way back. We are 51% of the way through this field, so we've reached the point I wanted to reach. So let's get that unloading. And yeah, you unload there. As soon as that's done, I think I'm just going to turn the harvester off on the field and leave that here for the night. What we can then do is I want to pop back to our farm, see what the position of our hired worker that's been going today has been done. There we go. Actually, 73. It's just under what it'll take, so that's perfect. We want to leave this here then. And we'll turn all the lights off and turn the engine off. And we can look at how this hired work is doing. They're not far off the bottom of the field, actually. So I'm pretty happy with that. This will get finished off then tonight. And our field will all be done. I might have to get the stone picker across here, though. Because, yeah, look at that. There's a couple of obvious patches of stones we've got on this field. I don't know if that's been dragged up by this. But yeah, we definitely have some stones on here that need clearing. We are finishing off this sugar beet contract today. Should get it done. We are just over halfway through it. And got a fairly early start. The sun has only just come up. And I'm currently trying to get the setup working for the GPS. I think I finally managed to get it working. As long as we're not actually leaving any behind, we should be good. Yeah, that seems to be working fine, so pretty happy with that. We're doing the same setup as we were last video, so we have 2 tractors and trailers sitting there ready to go, ready to transport. We're going to get about 75% full on our harvester is the target, and if we can do that, then we should have enough to fill a trailer and send it off. I think we missed a bit of a row just then, which we might have to go back and fix. Yeah, so I'm just going to go and correct that. Getting this all lined up and working is sometimes a little bit difficult when you come back. I know you can save GPS routes if you want, but I forgot to do that after last video, so we're stuck redefining it. And we've already got £175 wage payment. We haven't started yet with our actual carting, so it's still going to cost us a bit to get the carting going on here, but it is the most efficient way for us to get this job done. So let's get a few rounds going. We are a third of a tank so far, so I think 1 down and back should give us our first load to go and get sent off. So we'll come back once we've done that. Now, my original plan for any excess sugar beet I got off here was going to be to hold on to it and convert it into sugar, get a sugar factory going, or a sugar beet factory going, and convert it across. But, to be perfectly honest, that's a lot of expense. We're not going to get a massive amount of sugar beet out to do that with. And we're not in a position where we can take advantage of any sugar that comes out. So we're probably better off at the moment getting any excess sugar beet sold and then moving on from there. So that's what I plan to do. I'm just going to reverse this up and get this emptied. I think we might move the other tractor and trailer a little bit closer. But yeah, 85%. I'm not expecting all of this to fit in the trailer. And while that's doing, what I'm going to do is select this here, cancel that job, and create job, and I'm going to change the loading position of this to about here. I think that should work fairly well. And start job. Right, there we go, and then that is as full as it can be, and that is going to head off, and our other tractor is going to reposition itself so that it's now able to unload more easily as we move across the field. And yeah, I'm really loving how the hired workers are working on here for us. It's been quite good. for keeping everything that we're doing on here pretty efficient and working pretty well. Our first carting tractor is almost up at the sell point, so that is about to complete that part of this. We'll see how far we've got on our delivery with that when it does. In the meantime, I think we've got one more run back up the field, and that should give us enough sugar beet to fill our trailer, our second trailer. There we go, 63% completed overall. How much is delivered? 63% transported. So, yeah, basically what we have in the harvester, about 16,000 litres. Roughly what I'm expecting for us to get out at the end. If we've got, it might be a little bit more than that, but if we get 16,000 litres out here, that will be fairly good. That'll give us a nice boost from the end of this contract. As I was saying, I'm not expecting to hold on to any excess sugar beet anymore. I think it's just going to be way too long before we get a sugar factory built on this map. Before we can actually get these done. We want to get the sugar mill built, though, before contracts start appearing. Because if we can build a sugar mill and deliver contracts to it, we'll make a whole load of money, and, of course, we'll fill the sugar mill with sugar beet that we can convert ourselves. We are only up to 65%. So I should be able to get 2 more rounds off here, I think, before we fill our second tractor and trailer up, which is pretty good. It'll still happen before the other tractor and trailer gets back, though, I think. There's a slight slope to this field, and if you look at the harvester end on, you can actually see how its header and its wheels are a little bit of an angle compared to the cab, which is completely flat. In fact, if you look at the distance between the wheels and the top of the arches there, you can see that they're a lot shorter on this side than on the other. So I really love that functionality on here. I'm not sure if it had it in FS19, but yeah, it is a very nice feature of this harvester on here. Very, very cool. Right, we are at 94% full this time. And our other tractor is on the way back. Are you gonna avoid me? Will you avoid me while I unload? Yeah, you should be fine. Yeah, there we go. Not looking at where I am. I'm amazed that that made it back before we were full. When we were doing this last time, we constantly had the other tractor on the way back while it was loading. I think it gets to a point where we have enough left in the actual harvester, like we have here, where we've got 21% left in the harvester as opposed to 9 this time. I'm fully expecting this tractor to get there, but not make it back in time in order for us to unload again. And that what will happen in this case is that we will empty into our current tractor that's here, and get that sent off before our little Zetor makes it back. We've just passed 76% full, so I'm expecting pretty much all of this to get into the trailer, which is quite good because we should be able to then cut in without fear that we're going to get too full. And so, yeah, we can empty this out like so, and we're all good. And there we go. That is all but 74 litres. So that was pretty spot on, to be honest. Right, I want to bring on my lines because I want to see where I'm going. And I think we probably want to cut in about here. I want a large area. This is probably going to be our last cut-in if we're lucky. So, yeah, we'll get cut in here, and then that should get us going while the JCB is off. And I think our Zetor is still fair way away. Yes, it's only just coming back to the viaduct. The Zetor is back and the rain is falling. It's, yeah, turning out to be a pretty wet day here now. Although looking at the forecast, it's not going to be that long that this hangs about. And we should get the rest of this field done fairly swiftly. It is 10 to 1 in the afternoon, so I'm quite pleased that the whole thing is working. Our expectation is about 26,000 from this contract, so it's gonna pay us pretty well. Together with the flour we are looking to sell next time to the bakery, it's looking like we're gonna have a hopefully enough money to actually get that bought as well between this and that, and we may end up having to just sell off some of the flour if that is what it takes for us to get what we're after and actually buy the bakery. But yeah, I think this is going to give us a long way to it. If we can get over halfway there, I think we're going to be doing well, which we should be able to do. This contract itself is going to pay at least 26,000 plus whatever the excess makes on the top. The JCB has quite a big speed advantage over the Zetor, but the Zetor definitely is doing okay, and the JCB can't seem to get back in time to be emptied into, even with this here. I think it's just coming down the road now. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is we're going to move that JCB a little bit. Cancel job, create job. Going to change your start point a bit to there, going in that direction. Oh, no. Yeah, create job. No, there and there and there. No. There and there. There we go. And start job. Oh. Looks like our tractor is trying to head off while we're still going. So yeah, 6%. So this will take slightly less than the other tractor and trailer. And then this down here, I think we're coming up to like 80-90% done with this. I think we're 83% at the moment. Yeah, we are 85% done at the moment, so a little bit more and we will have completed it. I think that the Zetor is going to be a big enough load right now for to get us up to probably about 95-ish%. The JCB will do one more load, and that will then complete the contract, and then after that it's going to be pure profit with whatever is left on this field. Almost up to capacity again. Yeah, we're going to hit, in fact, there we go, 75%. If it can get to 76 by the end of this rope, there we go. Then we know we can fit all of this in the trailer. Our Zetor is almost back. I think it was just crossing the river last I saw. So we can get this emptied. Okay, like so. And then the other tractor will be back shortly. Are you going to empty? Or are we too far over? We may be too far over. That does happen sometimes. Or maybe I got the wrong bit selected. Oh, we had it for a moment. That's a bit weird. I'll take it, but that's a bit weird. And there we go, all but 270 litres. And that JCB should now go off and get that tipped. And we can crack on with the last couple of rows that we've got. In fact, I think we've got 3 rows on this side. But this should all be now pure stuff over the top of what the contract requires. So this should be our sugar beet now. And look at that, the Zetor's back. We're 93% transported for the field. And we are 99% there overall. I think that we're going to complete this now just by harvesting this last little section. There's not a huge amount left here. We've got 11,000 litres of sugar beet ourselves. Is this going to take another trailer full? It might just. We've got the sun setting now. The rain has gone, fortunately. But the sun is beginning to set. We've got a haze giving over the valley here in Haut-Beyleron. And yeah, we're not quite ready to empty yet, I don't think. In fact, judging by that and the fact that the JCB is on the way back, I think no, actually I'm gonna leave our tractor here, our Zetor here, and get that finished with that. We want to cut back in though now, I think. Widen this up. Whether it would just be easier to do the ends. Let's try this. So we've got this end here. See where it is. And it's a roundabout there-ish. Okay. Foot down. I think it might be easier to turn the other way, to be honest. Because then we get the sticking out bit coming from there. So yeah, I think we're going to cut in instead and just open this up. Make things a little bit easier on ourselves. But yeah, not a huge amount of crop left to gather. And as a result, I think we're going to finish this contract fairly soon. The JCB is back. I think it holds ever so slightly more than the Zetor. I was kind of expecting to use the Zetor for the last load, but we might just send it with the JCB. I don't think it matters. I think we're going to end up with both tractors and trailers having to do that. So if we send the Zetor, we can then send that back to our farm fairly easily. And we can get the JCB then to take the last little bit up to the farm shop and clear everything out. But it's, yeah, it's got fiddly at this point, so we're just trying to finish this off. Somebody did ask in a couple of videos ago why I don't slow the time down as things start getting dark if I'm worried about things happening at sunset. It's mainly because I have a set amount of time for doing each video, so trying to fit a day's worth of work into each video, and we've got which is why I run it at 10 times. Of course, as the year gets into the latter stages and as we go into winter, the days do get a lot shorter, so we do end up doing some work like this after the sun is setting. Not the end of the world. I just think it adds a little bit more challenge to the game. If I'm doing everything in real time, we'll just always have everything done, and it can take hours and hours and hours for me to record a video. Whereas doing it this way, it takes about an hour to an hour and 15 minutes to record. That goes down nicely into a 20 to 35 minute long video, and yeah, and keeps things flowing nicely. So a little bit like our harvest has gone. The last little triangle here, and I think this is going to take a couple of passes just to clean up. but it is, yeah, just the last little bit of the field. It's not going to be a full tank on the harvester, and I've purposely not emptied the harvester at this point because I want to empty it into the trailers and get it done that way. Can we swing this in such a way as it gets all of that? If not, I think we've got a little patch at the top. Yeah, we've got 2 that need picking up. I've kind of marked them. Let's see if we can get them. Yeah, there they are. Right, every last little bit of sugar beet counts. Turn off the harvester. Let's go and empty into our trailer over here. Not all of this is going to fit, and just the tiniest little bit is needed to complete this contract. Do I have more lights? There we go. You can see that being emptied now into the trailer. Full trailer. So that can head off now, and we've got another 6,000 litres left. So we'll stick that in with the JCB. So, if it picks it up, why is it not picking this trailer up at all? I don't get it. Yeah, that bit at the very front last time. But even that's not getting picked up this time. We're going to have to move out of his way. Maybe if we take it from the other side. We'll let the Z-Tour get out of here. Complete this contract. And yeah, I don't know why my Flegel suddenly isn't picking up for emptying. It's a bit of a weird one. Right. Let's maneuver this a bit. Okay, there we go. I had to move things around a little bit and put the pipe in and out, but it eventually did recognize it, so that's fine. And then I'm going to send this. This time I'm going to, yeah, just do a deliver, not looping, and start job. And hopefully that will go and deliver that. Perfect. Right. I am going to head back off to my farm. I'm going to leave this all down here. And we'll get the Z-Tour back up there. Because there is one last job that I want to get done before we finish this evening. I'm taking control of the Z-Tour just to finish off this contract. And see exactly how much it takes to finish it off. It's not going to be much. There we go. There we go. It's all finished, and now the money starts rolling in for the excess. 3,900 plus £88 environmental score, which is brilliant. I do like the nice little extra that I get from that. And then the JCB is just coming in now. And that is going to go and deliver the rest. Yeah, that'll go in there. There's 6,000 litres in that. So once that's done, what we can do is just complete the contract. Just watch that tip in. And that's the last of that. Another 1,500 on there. And that is our AI workers all completed. So, completed job. Let's collect that. We lose 1,000 to hire the equipment. But all done and dusted. Fantastic. Right, let's get our Z-Tour back down to the farm. Because, as I said, there's one last job to get done today before we finish. And here we are back down to our yard. We want to get our trailer parked up. It's December next time, so we've got a lot of selling off to do. We'll have to hook up this trailer and get that done, and because we've got stuff there to do. We've got a lot of tomatoes that have been hanging on for the bakery, so we've got to deliver those down there, and we'll probably deliver those actually down to the bakery before we buy it as well. Make sure we can make some money off those off the strawberries. We have a lot of let's get all the work lights on because we're working around the yard. We've got a lot of various bits and pieces to get done around here to sell. We've got that huge amount of flour that needs selling as well. Move our New Holland out the way. Gonna probably use that for the carting, to be honest. What I need though is the bucket at the back here, that of course everything is in the way of at the moment. But our bucket is because I've noticed the chickens have no feed. So we need to just go and grab a little bit of that quickly. So over to here. Grab some feed that we should have in here. Yeah, got a bit of barley. Put that into our bucket. We can just go and give... Oh, hang on. We got a load of feed over here anyway. Right, we won't use this barley then. We'll use up the chicken feed we've got sitting over there. Means I didn't need to free the bucket out either. Eventually, we will use barley that we've got stored here. But at the moment, we've got 2 big bags of chicken feed to use up. So let's use those up first. Ooh. Yeah. Drop that back off there. Stick that back on the front. And it should just be a case of lifting these up to get this done. And we've got a good set of eggs as well. I think what we'll have to do is we'll sell those to the bakery as well. And do that way to get those sold. And that way, we've got a whole load of stuff going into the bakery that will eventually go towards making cakes. Wow, that wasn't even fully feeding them. We just need to do that occasionally. Just need to remember to feed my chickens, really. We are today getting things sort of moved around on the farm. I'm going to hook this up to the cane trailer to move it out the way, because we need to clear stuff out from around our greenhouse. We need to start looking at possibly delivering the flour to the bakery. We need to get some water into the greenhouse as well. The water levels are getting quite low on there, so there's a fair amount to do with that. And it's just, yeah, it's basically, there's not much to do around in general. We'll put this here. That should be out the way, I think. Yeah. And yeah, it's a basic general winter clear update. Oh, that was on, because I've been trying to get it to move so that we can get our front forks, or get the pallet forks on here in low gear range. There we go. So yeah, there are no contracts kicking about. There's not much to do around here at all, to be honest. So it is one of those winter days you get on the farm where it's a case of getting all those jobs and all those bits and pieces done that you've been putting off for a while, and that kind of needs handling. Now, we've got a couple of bits that we need to do in general. We are still collecting up the strawberries. We're still going to try and sell them to the bakery. Again, try and sell them to the bakery so that we can use them in cakes and things later. Now, the thing is, if I was to put them into sell right now, they wouldn't quite get as much money as they would if we put them in January. The trouble is that we want to put the flour in now. The flour is getting very close to best price at the bakery, and we're going to want to sell that into there in the near future. I think we're going to get more money selling the huge amount of flour we have into the bakery. Let's have a look in here. So our flour price, we have a lot of it, and it's 1,142 at the moment. I'm waiting for this price to turn. because top price is 1,173. If we look at current prices, we can get more than that at the farm shop. But as I said, we want to get this into the bakery ideally and earn money that way. What we might try and do is take this down to the bakery, sell this into the bakery, and then go and sell the rest at the farm shop, because it's going to take the bakery a very long while to process anything that we put in. So hopefully we'll be able to do that. The alternative is to just go and sell all of this at the farm shop and try and do it that way. It's one of those things where I don't know whether I'm going to have all that flour to process until after I buy the bakery. So it's, yeah. We need another 30,000. We could get that from selling less than 30 loads of flour. And looking at our production chain, we have a load of flour stored. We have a load of sunflower oil stored. When is the best price for the sunflower oil? That must be coming up soon. Oh yeah, February. Look at that, 3,763. We are right down here at the moment. So yeah, we want to try and hit the best price for the sunflower oil as well. So yeah, lots to get done. So I'm going to move stuff out of the way here, and then we're going to crack on. This is the last couple of pallets of strawberries that we need to move. So we're going to stack these up here. I've got my numbers a little bit off, but that's okay. So we'll plonk this here. I need to get a single pallet of them really to put in here. This is a lot of strawberries we have that we can put into the bakery, which is great. That should mean that we can then stop strawberry production after that and just concentrate on the tomatoes and the lettuce. Now, what I'm going to do next is we do need to get some water into our greenhouse. So into productions. Yeah, we are getting pretty low on the water in the greenhouse. So yeah, I want to fill that up while things are quiet, and hopefully that will then give the prices here a little bit of time to move about. And yeah, we want that high price specifically at the bakery. So maybe in a few hours it might go up a bit. Hopefully before the price at the farm shop goes down, because the moment the bakery is full, I want to sell a whole load of stuff at the farm shop. And hopefully we'll make a decent amount. Now somebody did say that the bakery might not have the flour there for us to process, so we'll see what happens. We've got 53% water. We need to head down to the river and get this filled up. It's been a while since we've done a water run on here, and wow, everything's pretty well grown for December. Now, our best place in the past to load up with water has been just off down here. So back this carefully into the river, like so, and refill. There we go. And we can take free water from the river this way. And then we head straight back up and get this unloaded into our greenhouse. It's going to take us maybe 3-4 trips to do this, which is fine. As I said, this is one of those jobs that we get done when there's not a huge amount of other stuff to be done on the farm. I'm trying to get myself into a gear that will actually get this trailer full of water up this slope. There we go. Oh, yeah, we'll get this back. Oh, I should really have my beacons on for this. So back at the farm, we just need to pull in here, and hopefully our New Holland isn't too much in the way, and we can get the water trailer in. There we go. Yeah, I'm just going to back it up a bit, get it a bit closer. And then we'll unload the water into our greenhouse. Now, we have a few items that are ready or that are going to need selling on the farm. We've got quite a bit of barley that I'm kind of holding over in case our value of our, or in case we're not able to create all of the bread we want from the flour, in case the flour gets consumed by the bakery rather than sitting there after we buy it. So we can put that in. The price for that, though, the best price for that is January anyway, so we will know by the time we want to sell this whether we need to convert it to flour or whether we can hold it for that. To be honest, I want to convert this to flour, so we will probably get that running through our mill at some point. Then we've got a little bit of straw sitting in our storage. We've got lots of straw that I want to kind of do something with, but the best price was last month, and you can see it's already beginning to drop, and the current price is 82. So we could, but we'll have to do it after we get rid of the flour. We've got the sunflower oil. That is February, I think. And yeah, and then we got the strawberries and the lettuce and the tomatoes, and those are all best price in January. So yeah, January is going to be a big selling month. The product we've got for this month is going to be the flour, and if we can get that all through, I think we're going to make a considerable amount of money from it. This is actually only our second load of water that we brought back from the river, and this trailer is brilliant. It's 7,300 litres of water. 2 loads of water gives us about 80% full from what we've had. So it's worked out really, really well for us. Let's just back this up here and overload, and I'll show you what I mean. You can see that we've got now 11,000 litres, and it's still going up. Because there's a really decent amount in here, and we're going to get about 80-85% full, I think, from this as it finishes. In fact, just a little bit more. So yeah, 16,570 litres, and it's empty. So that is perfect. That is absolutely brilliant. That will keep it going for a good long while. So we want to park this back up in the shed now. And that actually means that we don't really have anything more to do today beyond getting the flour in. So what we're going to do is just turn the power off on this and have a quick look at the value of the flour, wherever that has gone. There it is. And it's still 1,149. We're looking for that 1,171. So I'm going to fast forward time a little bit and see if we can hit that value that we're looking for. It's just gone 5 in the evening, and interestingly, the price is still on the way up. The Jardin Phobius farm shop has hit a low and is on its way back up. But the bakery is getting very, very near that price. But with the sun setting, I think our best bet is going to be to head over and, yeah, we'll sleep on it. We'll see what the price is again in the morning. And then we can probably go and drop it off and get the bakery at that point. So, yeah, let's get some sleep. It's 8:30 in the morning, the following day, 2nd day of December, and how are our prices looking? We have started dropping. No, in fact, price fluctuations. 1,204 is the high. Yes. Wow, we were going for 1171, and it's 1252. It's peaked. Absolutely perfect. Let's hook this tractor then up to the trailer, and we can get this flour down to the bakery. I don't think the bakery is going to take all of this, but it is going to be a fantastic price that what it does take sells at. So let's Jump here. Need to get this hooked up. I am so pleased we went for best price at the bakery because we would never have got this amount. Even the farm shop is higher than it was yesterday. So that is just all round good news for us. Shows that the highest price it shows isn't necessarily the highest price you're going to get. Now, where is the bakery? It is down the end of the road here. So we want to head out this way and round this way. Oh, we might have been better off putting the other tractor on this, but I kind of want the front loader in case we find we need it at the other end. Going downhill with this trailer full of 37,000 litres of flour is not going to be too hard. It's going to be the braking at the bottom. Now, I think we want to take this turning here. And the entrance to the bakery is then round the back here somewhere. Is that the entrance to the bakery in there? I think it might be. Yeah, there we go. Right, so my best bet is going to not be to go in from that direction. I think there might be an entrance round the other side. Yeah, there we go. So I could either have come in from the other direction, or we could just get across the road and bring this in here like so. And we need 50,000, so we don't need to sell too much of this in order to make a lot of money. So I only want to sell as much as I need to get to the amount of money we need. Right, there we go. We're getting... Well, actually, no, let's just keep selling it. I think we will just sell it, because... Wow. Whoa. Yeah, that is a lot going in there, and that is all we need to buy this. Yes. Right. Now, here's the question. Did this work? We now own the bakery... We have 31,000, so it does work. It does work. You can sell all of the stuff and then buy the place. Now, obviously, I haven't given myself as much profit because I wasn't 100% sure whether that would be possible. So I put enough in there in order for me to buy it. And we still got 17,000 left over. So if I was going at it again... what I would do absolutely is not buy the bakery until I had sold all of that. But it was a calculated risk to get that done. We still have plenty of space for flour. I want to turn off the production of cake. We've turned on the production of bread, so that will start producing bread down at our bakery. And we're probably going to want to get a little forklift, I think, down for there. And then we can fill up our truck on a regular basis in order to sell stuff. So now that we're back at the farm, we want to get a couple of things done. I want to get... Does this actually have space for barley? Yes. Okay, we can put barley in. We've got plenty of space for flour. So let's, first thing, before we put this all away, I want to get the New Holland backed up and filled with the remaining barley. So we'll get that into here, because that should fit in to our... place. We don't need this for chicken feed. We've got a ridiculous amount of chicken feed, as we discovered last time. This should be 2 trailers worth of barley that we have here, though, which is brilliant. And we can make this all into bread. And then we'll be able to go from there is just get all of this flour into the bakery and turn it all into bread and just try and keep continuously making money from the bread if we can. It's going to be one of those things where we're now busy with the production stuff quite a bit. And this is where I think start from scratch. It's quite important to maximize your profits. You can easily do it if you have a setup where you go through the supply chains. You can very, very quickly get that. Right, last 8,000 litres. This is a fairly big trailer. We may even be able to afford a combine this year if everything pans out. Right, and we'll get the last 8,000 litres in, and this will start producing us with some more flour, and we'll be able to then maximize how much flour we have in our bakery, get the bread made, and from there we can start expanding as well. We'll get it filled with strawberries as well, because oh wow, is that okay? We're gonna have to leave this tractor and trailer here then, because I think we've maxed out the amount of barley that can go in there. Yep, okay, so we'll leave that there to tip that later. In the meantime, we need to fill up with the flour we've got here and get that down to our bakery. And we'll probably start taking some strawberries down there as well. Right. Unfold the trailer. So get all of that down. Unfold. Hitch that. And then let's start getting some piles of flour into here, and yeah, we're gonna fill up the bakery for the rest of this episode, because that's what we need to do. We need to get that running and get some more money in, and we're gonna make a load of cash from bread, and then we're gonna have to start getting something. Well, we need a forklift in order to fill stuff down at the bakery, but B, we're going to need something in order to transport it to. Maybe it might be time to get a freezer truck for our truck, for our TLX. And I think we've got some options there. We may even have a back that we can put on it, which would work really well. So there are some options here. I'm not going to fill this quite as packed tightly as I did the last time, because as you saw, it was a little bit all over the place, and we don't really need to take up all that space. We didn't have a massive amount of extra flour sitting here. In fact, the sunflower oil is now coming out, so we're gonna be moving that around soon. But yeah, right, I'm gonna just plonk this one on the top then, and what we'll do is the front of this trailer we will load up with strawberries and get a load of them down there. It's going to be a long while before the strawberries produce out of... Whoa! Okay, this is where the fun begins, because I need to get that off the top. And I don't know how I'm going to do that without making a complete mess. Okay, I've sorted it. Somebody said yesterday in the final video from No Man's Land, I shouldn't strap stuff down until I'd finished loading it. Prime example there of why I strap stuff down normally while I'm in the process of loading, because the physics can just go wild sometimes and stuff fly all over the place. And I've actually got this to a point now where I kinda need to put this on one level. So, my depth perception is awful, and I'm having great fun trying to get this set off the top here without causing all sorts of problems elsewhere. Let's see if we can't load this on here and neaten things up a little bit, or we'll see if everything just flies off and I just make the situation worse. We might be all right. Let's strap this all down before we have a bigger problem. Yeah, no, I think that's going to be fine. I hope. Now, one question I fully expect to get in the comments about this video is, why am I loading all the strawberries up and taking them down to the bakery when I could just sell them, make money, and generate more strawberries? Because, to be honest, I might as well just put these into the bakery now and stop producing strawberries. We'll have less pallets come out of our greenhouse, and then the tomatoes and the lettuce will be fine. And if we get to the point where we do bake cakes and we use all these strawberries up, we can always start producing more strawberries. I don't see any reason to do it a different way. It doesn't make a huge amount of sense to me to ignore the raw ingredients that I have sitting at the farm. Now we're gonna need milk and a dairy and everything. So very much at the moment, one of my big targets is to get dairy going on the farm here. We're gonna have a fair amount of work to do that because we have no grass fields or anything. So all of our grass, all of our silage and grass is gonna have to be from contracts. So that's gonna be an interesting little piece of work to get done. Right, I'm gonna put this in the middle on the top, like so. That, and then we can strap that down. Yeah, I'm not trusting the physics anymore. We're just gonna get everything strapped in. So yeah, we've got to get milk produced, and once we start getting milk produced, we can start getting some butter produced as well. So we're going to need a dairy, and we'll see how we do there. The big one is going to be sugar. Now, I don't really want to buy sugar in, but we're going to need a sugar beet factory, and those are not cheap. So it's going to be a fair amount of work to get to the point where we can make cakes. But the ultimate idea, the thing that I really want to do, is try and bake a cake on here. But it's going to be quite a bit of work for us to get there. Right, there we go. But we have the strawberries sorted now. And we have some more flour to go and put in. So let's go and take all of this down to our bakery, get this delivered. And yeah, then that's another load of stuff away from the farm, which is going to be really, really good for us. Yeah, let's fold up the sides. That's not great. Maybe we don't fold up the sides. I think that might cause me more issues than it solves. Right, away we go then. Let's get this down to the bakery. All my pallets are shifting about a little bit on this. It's slightly concerning, but I think all of this should fit in here rather nicely. There we go. Is that getting the back pallets? Yeah, it is now. Brilliant. And we can check up on exactly where that leaves us in a moment. That back pallet isn't unloading. Wow, I think we've unloaded all the strawberries into the bakery that the bakery will take. Let's see. Yep, 7,000 litres of strawberries maxes it out. So the rest of those strawberries need selling off. We can get those sold in the next couple of days. So that's going to be really good. I'm really pleased, though. We've got stuff coming. We've got no bread out yet. How far we got? 196 litres of bread. But yeah, bread will soon start coming out of here. And we'll start making some money from that. We've got a whole load of strawberries that need selling off now as well. So yeah, decent amount of strawberries we've got left to sell off. So we'll get those sold in the near future. It'll be January, and best prices, I think, are coming up for all of that kind of stuff. So yeah, we'll leave the strawberries on here. I think we're going to hit best price next month. So we're looking at 504 for those. Tomatoes, their best price, it'll drop slightly in January. So we'll get the tomatoes sold next time. And yeah, we're looking to get the lettuce sold as well. We are heading down to the farm shop today. Well, I'm trying to remember the exact name of it. It is Le Jardin des Fermiers Farm Shop. We're heading down there because we have all of the strawberries left over from last time. So we've got our flatbed trailer loaded up, and we've rearranged the pallets a little bit. And I just want to get these sold. They're still at a really good price. Price at the moment is £518, which is actually still higher than the expected highest price, which is really good news. So yeah, we're gonna get them dropped off. Our bakery is currently full of strawberries, so it's not going to have any effect. We can't go and deliver them there. So we've got 2,500 litres of strawberries left here. Now, we've been doing an awful lot of pallet work the last few videos. I've had a couple of comments that have basically been, oh, look, it's front loader simulator and pallet simulator. It is very true. We have had a lot of stuff recently that has been loading pallets onto flatbeds and trailers and things like that. Unfortunately, I don't think that's going to change much today. We need to get these sold. So we've got all these strawberries here to get sold and dropped off. And I think we're going to probably try and drop some more flour off down at the shop. However, we've got a couple of things that before we get started in the new year, we need to do. We need to get, oh, that's good. We got another 1,324 pounds of that, so that's good. That adds in. We've got a few bits and pieces that we need to buy in the near future, and that includes the new seed drill. We need to get something so that we can actually drill our fields. We may have to lease something to get through the seeding. We also need to get a forklift really for the shop. I mean, we can take this and this trailer. This trailer is a bit big for what we're doing with the bread, I think. So I'm looking at getting a forklift we can permanently put down at the bakery. We might hire one for that job. And I think we can get an adapter for our truck. Oh, this tractor does not like this trailer. And that's another problem. I'm actually thinking this trailer might be one that, while it was a good idea at the time we got it, unless we put it on the other tractor, which isn't that much more powerful than this one, I think we're going to struggle on the hills around here. So I'm very much thinking we might sell this trailer, get something a little bit better for the production stuff we're doing. Because I'm not planning as well to keep that much productions around. Another comment recently from one of my videos was, why don't I sell perishable goods on a more regular basis? And I think that's a very good point. And so, yeah, I think we're going to do that. I think if it's something like produce from the greenhouse, I think we shouldn't be holding on to that. We want to try and sell that monthly. I think bread is probably something else we want to be selling on a regular basis now that we're creating it. So I'm looking to do a bread sale monthly as well, and keep things going around there. So we're going to get rid of this trailer, I think, and replace it with something a little bit more useful for us for that. We do have all of those straw bales that at some point I need to sell, but I don't think this trailer is good for that job either. So yeah, I'm going to take this down to the shop. We're going to sell this trailer, and then we'll see where we are at that point. We might see if we can get a seed drill today and get that back to the farm ready for doing some planting in a couple of months' time. Meanwhile, well, we'll see what the prices are, because we may not be able to afford one. Meanwhile, I am going to get something that is going to be very useful with our truck. Right, so down at the shop, we should be able to pull this just in here like so. I think we got this, used this trailer, didn't we? I wonder if the previous owner has had the same issue where the sides, because the trouble is, we put the sides up on this and we end up with pallets just going all over the place. I was very worried while we were trying to get the flour down to the shop before. So value is 7,239. It's 10 months old, so yeah, we haven't had this that long. So we're going to repaint it, which will add more on, and we are going to repair it as well. And then we will sell that for 9,800. Yes. Right, that gives us 25,000. Now, there are 2 bits that I want to get at the very least. So, let's have a quick look at the seeders, because I've had a few options here. See, we can go for stuff that's fairly cheap. Oh, wow. Yeah, we could do like a DB40 would do the job quite nicely. As would one of these Vatstad Rapids. I quite like the idea of getting one of these. It is out of our price range, so we'd have to lease one of these. So we'll probably do that around March time and come down here and get that. So, in the meantime, knowing that, I think we need to get 2 pieces of equipment. The first I want to get, which is going to be useful, is going to be a flatbed trailer. We've got the Rolands as options. We've got 25,000. I don't want to spend all of that. So I think we may have to get a bale trailer in. That is going to be cheaper than this. The Rolands are good. Yeah, and that is nice, but it's all too expensive at the moment. So I'm going to avoid that at the moment. What I do want under miscellaneous is this. This is the TLX 2020 box set for 4,250. This is going to be pretty perfect for what we want to do and how we want to load stuff up. I am going to go for the school bus to go on the back of our truck, and we will change the number plate on that to this, and we are on Haut-Beyleron, so that should be HB for our number plate. Okay, right. Right, and having purchased that, we're now going to take the tractor back up to the farm and get our truck back down here so we can get the box collected up. And actually, we have a couple of bits to fill it with. And we're back down at the shop in our TLX. We're just going to back it up. I've dropped the pickup off the back. And just backing it up here. Yeah, there we go. The logistics box, it just goes on the back like that. And I think we've got the right color yellow. I think that's the correct one. So we're going to get this back now to our farm, and we can load it up with, well, probably actually the lettuce and tomatoes. Those need selling. So let's get them gone. In keeping with the fact that we're now trying to sell things on a monthly basis. So I should really explain how this works. We have every month any full pallets of goods get sold if they are perishable goods. So that would be things like tomatoes and eggs and strawberries and anything like that. So anything that comes out of our greenhouse, that would count as perishable. Anything that comes from the chickens, that would be perishable. Milk from the cows would count as perishable. Anything like that. Right, this should... In fact, I think we probably want this turned around. Oh, I also have some grains to tip. There we go. Flour keeps for a long while, so that isn't counted as that, and neither is the sunflower oil that we've got. That is sunflower oil, is it? Yeah, that's sunflower oil. Yeah, that wouldn't count. I just want to tip the remaining barley into here. Let's just do that quickly. And then we can get these out the way. There we are. So yeah, that would be how that will get done. And now that we have the box it attachment, we can just fill that up with stuff and take it each month, and it will transport things a bit nicer. Into reverse and then down gears. There we go. And into our shed where this belongs. And I think we want to try and get this on the end. Make a little bit more space in the shed so we can put more equipment or put this tractor or anything like that in there as well. There we go. Disconnect that. Bring that across. I don't know if that wiper is working properly. It is a weird one though. Maybe it's just bust because of the tractor's age. There we go. Right. Let's load up some strawberries. No, let's load up some tomatoes and some lettuce and see if we can't get them delivered down to the farm shop, which is the only place that we can sell them. Tomatoes first. I'm expecting stuff to spawn straight out. So like that. We'll have, yeah, something's going to spawn out. And we might stop doing the strawberries, actually. We get a full pallet of strawberries out of here. Let's see where they are, yeah. There's a full pallet of strawberries. So, strawberries. We currently have 193 litres. Okay. So, I want to get all the strawberries out of here today as well. And I'm taking 2 pallets at a time because we can just about do that. And they will fit in there a bit better. Will they go side by... Oh, this is an auto-loading trailer, is it? Maybe? I don't know. I think it is. So put them in and it will load them for me. That's quite good. I'm still going to take them and take them to the back so that they load in. Still transport them like this. It's still a little bit more realistic. And like so. Wow, that is a lot of strawberries we still have to pull out of here. But these will all get boxed in. Like so. I didn't realise the box it did that. No, that's a whole load of strawberries. In fact, I think that's probably a good point to stop the strawberries, isn't it? Yeah, 98 litres. Right, let's stop the strawberry production. And we'll continue on. I think we might shift to a purely tomato production. We did lettuce a lot on No Man's Land. And so, yeah, I think doing strawberries we don't need to do anymore until we possibly start making cakes. And tomatoes will work out quite well for us, I think. There we go. 2 more. Ah, this is going to fill our trailer quite nicely. I'm wondering how they unload. This is going to be a very interesting way to go about it. All of the tomatoes are in. So now I'm going to box up the excess strawberries we got. Lots of people also saying, why don't I distribute stuff? I tend to like to load stuff myself. Oh, now this is interesting. So at any given time, I can only load one type of produce. Now, looking at this, yeah, looks like there's no way to turn off the box its feature either. That's really interesting. So I think one type of produce, definitely a good way to go on here. seeing as we can only do so much at a time. So what I'm going to do is leave my tractor here, close this up, and it looks like we're going to have to do 3 loads in order to get all 3 of these crops and produce done, which is really interesting. I was kind of hoping I was going to be able to multiple, and from what I can see, there is no way of changing whether these are whether the auto load is on or off. Right, we're down at the shop. We're gonna take this in, and seeing as stuff gets automatically taken out anyway, what I'm gonna do is unload it straight out the back. So we do have, oh no, there it goes. Oh, it does unload straight out the back. Brilliant. That worked really well. 3,306. So you open the doors and it acts like it's unloading it. Oh, I really like this piece of kit. We'll still load it this way, but with the forks. But I love it. That is brilliant. Means we can concentrate on 1 crop at a time. Although, yeah, obviously it'd be nice if we could transport multiples with it. Now, this auto-loading does mean that we should get around a problem that we've had, which is we could load up the bread manually. Basically back this up and load bread into it manually, which I think is a really good idea. Same goes for our oil here, which we can't pick that up by hand, but I think you would be able to. That seems excessive that you can't do that. So stuff like the bigger pallets, definitely think that the way to go is to bring it up to the back, load it in, and treat it that way. But the smaller stuff, I think we could just back it up to it and load it in. What do you think? Let me know in the comments. How you think I should handle pallets with this. It would certainly mean we don't need to get a forklift for the bakery. Although, do you think that would be more realistic? Do you think it would be something we should do to have a forklift for the bakery like that? Well, that all needs to go in. Or do you think this is just way too unrealistic all over? Let me know, and we'll see where we go from here on that. We could always get a flatbed for the back of the TLX, if not. But I think this works pretty well, to be honest. We just have one more thing of strawberries. It does mean, though, as I said, we have to drive there and back for each load. So selling stuff off each day, which we've been talking about, is going to take multiple runs with this, which isn't fully which isn't fully useful, to be honest. I've got space. Actually, do you know what? It doesn't have, does it have any straps? It doesn't have any straps. And I got stuck in there. Right. But I wonder, can we get the lettuce in there as well? It won't be in there packaged up, but it will be in there. And that would be quite good. That would be quite useful. Just stuck it in the back, along with the boxes of stuff we've already got with the strawberries. We also need to close the door on the front of our greenhouse. Otherwise, all of our stuff will just get so cold. So managed to get one set of lettuce in. I think we'll have to put the second set on top. It's not going to fit in. I think 2 sets would fit in sideways. And 2 sets will fit in on top of each other as well. So we can load it with more than just the one thing. It's just that the first one you put in there will automatically load in. Let's turn that. We'll close that up. Let's close this up. Like so. And then we'll take these and we'll see if we can't get them delivered. Oh, man, those are moving about. Those are moving about quite a bit. This is definitely less stable doing it this way. But I think these will pretty much sell immediately. Yeah, there we go. And then we open the back. And that should start. Oh, God, we got stuff all over the place. And everything's selling. Oh, yeah. It's also trying to load in the... Are they going down? Don't think they're quite working properly. Let's just pull these forwards. There we go. Let this load up again. And then once it's done that, I'll back it back around and get it done. But it's, yeah, it's a little bit weird. Right, there we go. Last one's loaded. We can back this in now. And it'll sell those. Another 2005. Oh, we're not quite there yet. So we've got some sunflower oil that we can sell next month, and that will bring us in some extra stuff. We probably need to sell any bread we have. Let's see. Where's bread? Where's bread? There we go. Best price for bread is actually January. Oh, wow. And I think we have some down at the bakery. So we will use the auto load function on this today. But you guys let me know what you think. And yeah, we've got some flour up at the farm. So we'll go and load the flour up. We'll deliver that down to the bakery. And then we can go from there and hopefully go and sell some bread. So almost back down to the farm. And we'll just pull into our entranceway. At some point, I want to add more gateways and things to this. But that is all pretty nicely positioned. So let's, again, open up the doors on this. We'll jump into this. And then we can just grab that flour to transport that down to the bakery. I do like this box set. It's very, very nice. I'm going to move the sunflower oil out of the way as well. Seeing as we have extra... flour that may be able to come out of here. So bring this over. Load it in. Box it up for me. Make sure it's all strapped down. Yeah, we do have a fair bit of flour, I think, that needs to go down to the bakery. We've actually got quite a bit of flour in here. That is... Is that going to take any more? Also, the snow's melted. It's got light enough for the snow to melt. Yeah, we got enough space for probably one more pallet, maybe two. Do we have any left in here? We only have 844 litres, so no, we don't. I am going to move my sunflower oil out the way. We'll get that moved elsewhere. But that is pretty good. That's almost a full trailer of the flour. So that will go nicely into our bakery and we'll be able to get even more bread out. And yeah, bread price at the moment is good. We're going to have to try and, well, we're going to have to watch it each month and see if we can hit it at the high price each time, because that is going to be really useful. The bakery is just down here. I hear some sirens somewhere. Can't see any coming. So let's bring this around, spin it around. And yeah, we have a single thing of bread sitting here. So let's open this up. And doing so, yeah, means all of our flour should load in. There we go. And how is our bakery doing at the moment? How close are we to a second pallet of bread? So our first pallet of bread is 1,000 litres. Wow, that's worth £3,000. Our second pallet of bread, yeah, is a little way off yet. We can get some eggs down here actually as well. I've got a load of eggs up at the farm, so I'll go up and grab those. Looks like, though, I think we probably want to move on to the next day because we might get a second thing of bread out. Now, price of bread. Here we are. Looks like it's going to top out at 3,290. Current price is 3,229. So yeah, I think we'll go and get the eggs. Then we'll come back down here, drop those off, and then I think we might move through to the second day of January. See if we can bump that bread price up a little higher. We already have another thing of flour up here at the shop. Or up here at the farm, sorry. Let's open that up again. But it's the eggs I want to take. Or is it? Do we want to go through to the next day and then do the eggs? We might have 2 full pallets if we do that. Yeah, I'm gonna move forward to the next day. We'll pick this up at 8 a.m. and we'll see where we are. It's the second day of January. We've got more snow on the way, and I can't believe it. The bread price has done the opposite. It's showing a rise at the moment, but it's now showing that it's on a drop and it's going down, even though it's currently rising. So hopefully it might rise a little bit before we get anywhere with that. On the plus side, we should have a couple of things that we've got. They do have feed, but they haven't produced another egg yet. 1,200. So, yeah, we might take all of these eggs, I think, and get those sorted. It's a pity. I would like that. In fact, I'm going to move forward a few more hours, see if we can get a better price, and maybe see if we can get a full pallet of eggs as well. It's just turned 3 in the afternoon. We are a confusing number of eggs away. That should be a lot closer than it is. So, yeah, that's not great. But also, I don't get this. That price is dropping despite it saying the price is rising. So there's something buggy happening there. What I'm going to do is I'm going to load up all of these eggs. We're going to take them. No, actually, what I'm going to do is, because eggs aren't important to us yet. Oh, no, actually, yeah, we got to do the eggs because we are loading up the perishables. We do only have to load up 1 pallet, but I'm going to load up both of these and get them both down there. But yeah, as per what I was talking about earlier in the video, we do need to load up perishables each day. Or sorry, each month. We're on 2-day months at the moment. So let's bring these around here. This won't load up unless these doors are open, I don't think. So yeah, we need to open those up. No, it's like everything. We need to start the engine and then open them up. Right, there we go. Load in the eggs. We can just put that pallet on the back there. Let that load up. I'm basically treating this as if we got somebody in the trailer loading stuff into boxes for transport and sale. And then, yeah, we will take these 1,244. This said from the outside. It has 1,244. Fine, we'll load these in as well, and then we'll head down to the bakery and we'll get the bread sold. Find out how much there is. Right, let's drop these eggs off in the bakery. Open the doors. And they'll unload. So we're getting closer and closer to that cake. We've now got eggs, flour, and strawberries. We need butter, milk, and sugar, which is going to be harder. Somebody did say that for sugar, I should just keep an eye out for contracts and use that, which is basically what we've been trying to do. But there is no sugar beet factory on this map. So, yeah, that's going to be a problem. Let's see if we can't load these up by backing up to them, maybe. Right. So, again, treating this as somebody standing behind. And we're just getting them loaded up into boxes to sell. There we go. Right. Best place for us to sell are bread. Let's have a look. So bread in here. It's once again, it's the farm shop. So that's where we're headed. Hopefully we're going to get a decent price for this. So hopefully this is going to give us enough cash next month to purchase the seeder. That would be absolutely brilliant. So let's open this up. Get the bread sold. And 34,590. That should be enough to buy us a seeder, I think. Let's have a look in here. Seeders. So the ones we're looking at are not quite. We are only just short. We really want this one. This is a 4-meter one. We'll work with our larger New Holland and is a direct seeder as well. Does not require us to cultivate first. So yeah, we should be able to do that next month once we have got the once we've got a bit more bread sold. We're probably going to transport some flour next time. We've got a few pallets of that sitting around the farm. We're going to have some more stuff to sell as we have this time to get us through February. And then in March, the seeding begins in earnest. Today is the last day of February, and we got a few more bits and pieces to get done. Mainly, we need to get our sunflower oil sold. So our 2 pallets of sunflower oil need selling today. We've not got really any tomatoes. We've got a few bits of flour to get transported down to the bakery. So we're going to be doing those as well. And really just trying to get ourselves set up as best as we possibly can for seeding next month. Because March, we're going to be getting the sunflowers planted in earnest. Let's have a quick look in here. I think sunflowers, yes, sunflowers we can plant in March. So we're looking at getting those in straight away next month and getting those sorted. As a result, I think what we'll probably be doing is, as we've done the last few videos, skipping through February during this one and getting everything done. And I think the way we'll do that is we'll leave those tomatoes we've got there at the moment and get them to be produced and ready to go. Let's open the doors on this. There we go. Get as much out of our greenhouses over the next couple of days as we can, and then get them done. The price for sunflower oil at the moment is peaking. It is still going up, so we're going to load these in and we're going to see how much it's worth by the end. But they are basically, yeah, it's above top price at the moment, so I don't want to risk it too long by leaving those. So we're going to do that. Those are not on there great, but that's all right. We're going to get our worker to repack them in the truck. Like so. Oh, yeah, there we go. So I'm liking that. I'm liking doing the manual loading still. But using the truck to do it, and we're offloading it the other side, so it makes sense doing it this way. Really does. Right, let's close that up, and then we can go and run this quickly down to the farm shop, because yeah, we want to get some more money in and get ourselves set up. It looks like we're going to have enough to buy the seeder, which is going to be absolutely great. I think in the interests of making things easier to manage on here, we're probably going to switch our greenhouse to doing just tomatoes. We don't need any more strawberries out of it, and we're doing lettuce over on the Old Stream farm, so there doesn't really seem to be a lot of point in doing lettuce on here. And as we've got this fairly good transport system now, I think having the lettuce do having it do tomatoes instead would do great. 7,410. Wow, that's a really good price for our sunflower oil. We're going to be doing sunflower oil, of course, this year, because we're doing sunflowers in our fields. We're not doing any we're not doing a straw producing crop. We're just going to do sunflowers this year to get a little bit of variation, and I'm looking forward to that. But yeah, I think we'll go back and we'll switch the production of our greenhouses to tomatoes, just to try and make it easier for us to transport with this box it attachment. So back down to the farm, bring it in, and we're going to load up the flour next, get that down to the bakery, because we want to get that all sorted. In the meantime, I want to head over to here, and as I was saying, we want to get... Yeah, we've already turned the strawberries off. The lettuce... Oh, we've got 400 litres of lettuce in here. And yeah, I'm gonna deactivate it. We have 400 litres of lettuce we can't get out of here at the moment. But putting this fully onto tomato production, I think, will benefit us. Are we actually out of flour? No, we're out of space for flour. So yeah, that's the next thing we've got to do here. Well, I think we're probably gonna end up with a nice full trailer full of flour here now, because we are maxed out in flour in our windmill, but we have a whole load of barley still to go. And this is the thing, this is why we're doing sunflowers next year and doing sunflower oil from here, because we are just producing so much flour as to keep our bakery going for a very long time. We should be able to sort of skip doing barley or wheat or anything for a year, and then next year just be able to switch back and again produce enough to keep the bakery going. So it's quite a lot of flour we've got out of here for just 2 fields this year. And next year is we're going to do the same, but with the sunflower oil, which we can sell on and make a decent amount of money from as well. We're almost full on the trailer. We may have one more set of boxes to do in here. I don't know. Yeah, it's got one more set to pile up. And we might get a little bit more. And it looks like we may have emptied the windmill as well, because we've not had another pallet appear. So that's really good news. To be able to clear that out has been a good thing. And shows actually that our boxer is about the right size. In fact, is that going to take any more? I think we have got all of the boxes in there we can. So not quite a full pallet sitting here. Let's just pop that down. The other thing we need to look at today is the eggs and the chickens. I want to make sure that they are fully fed and working. Someone did say, did the eggs not finish off because the chickens hadn't been fed? No, I think there was enough feed in there for the chickens. I think it's just a case of that they hadn't finished. I am kind of expecting, though, that we have a full pallet. I know, we must have taken it. Oh, yeah, we took the partial pallet, didn't we? But chickens are still producing eggs. So, yeah, it's not a problem. We are going to be delivering those when we hit full pallets of eggs. We'll be delivering those. Let's close that. And yeah, time to get this lot transported down to our bakery. We are making some good time and doing some good stuff today. I'm really hoping. Well, no, we've already surpassed what we need to get the drill, which is absolutely huge. And it's going to be a direct drill as well, which is even better. Right, I don't want to miss my turning this time, so I'm going to turn down here. And then down here. And it's coming from our farm, it's a tight turn whichever way I come into the bakery. And look, we have today's bread delivery. So we need to go and do that. Let's open up this, though, and unload all this flour. So that's getting unloaded. And, yeah, we've got a one full thing of bread to go and deliver. We have... Well, what is the status of our bakery here? We've got... so we're not quite full on flour. We are full on strawberries. We're not full on eggs. We need sugar, milk, and butter in order to make cakes. At the moment, we're only making bread. And yeah, we are on the way to a second pallet. I think we're basically producing a pallet of bread a day from here, which is fine. Let's get this loaded up. Now, as somebody said, we basically have employees down at the bakery filling up the pallet of bread into our truck for us to sell. So we back that up and we get that loaded up. And that loads into the boxes in the back. Close that up, and then we'll go and sell this. I think we only have one place to sell bread. I think the farm shop is the only place. So let's have a look here. Where is our bread? There's our bread. So yeah, farm shop is the only place. It is not horrible at the moment. 2,903, but as per the rules we have really in my videos going forwards, looking to be selling perishables pretty quickly, within sort of a month. So yeah, there's definitely have to go and take these up to the farm shop as quickly as we can. Coming down to the farm shop. Let's bring this round and in, and then we can come over here and get this unloaded. In we come. Open it up. And away we go. And there we are. 2,901 on the bread. That's pretty much what we expected. The price we were quoted. And we're up to 44,447 from that now. So, yeah, back down to the farm, I think. And I want to have a look at where we are, whether there's anything available on offer at the moment, or whether we're actually done for the day on this first day in February before we load stuff up again. The second day, I think we might need to... yeah, we're going to definitely be getting more flour across the second day in February. We might... we're definitely going to have a load of tomatoes to sell second day as well. I don't think we're quite going to be there with the eggs, but that should be okay. But back to our farm once again. And yeah, we got a second thing of tomatoes out, and we've got no extra. Don't know if that's sitting in the way. That might, yeah, that's sitting across two spaces. So expecting the flour to go as well. Let's have a look quickly. I'm kind of hoping that we might see in here. Oh, wow. That would have been useful a while ago. Might see in here seeder we can use. We have got a fertilizer spreader, but we already have one of those in the form of that. So that's not something we need. Yeah, we just need a seeder, and that's not going to be it. So yeah, we're pretty good. I don't think on here we're maxed out at all at the moment. Barley flour, plenty of barley still flowing through. Not much flour in here at the moment. In fact, no, not even in a full thing. So I don't know if a full one will arrive here. What I am going to do, though, is get a little bit ahead. Make things a little bit easier for myself. And do that. The other thing I'm not quite sure what to do with at the moment is we have all these straw bales. We've missed this year's sell-off, and we no longer really have a trailer that it's going to be easy for us to do that with and get them transported. So I think they're probably going to sit here for a while until we either have a use for them. For example, if we did some pigs or some cows. Although I think it's more likely to be cows that we do. Or we get a flatbed that we're able to transport them with that was better than the other one. So we'll see where we go with that. But I'm just going to load up this flour, get us ready for the next day. And then I think, yeah, we might move on and move to the next morning, so that we can get the rest of this stuff transported and go and buy ourselves some new equipment. That is the flour all loaded up. We're all good, so we'll go put the tractor away because we've no use for that again today. We will, of course, use it again pretty much immediately in the morning. But I want to put all of our stuff away as we should. And then we want to close up the back of this. Right. And then reverse it up. Park it up. Because we're going to be using it again in the morning. For now, though, that is nice and full. This is good. We'll probably have to top this up with some water as well. I think that'd be wise to get that done. We've got 2 pallets of tomatoes and yeah, another pallet on the way. So that's all good. Let's move forward to the next morning. Second day of February and the snow has fallen. We've suddenly got this covering of snow on the ground. However, it hasn't stopped the production of tomatoes. We've got 3 pallets of those out now. We are part way, are these 400 kilograms? Yes. Oh, sorry, 500 litres. So 500 litres. We currently have 202 litres in here. So I think we'll get a 4th pallet of these out today. That will be great. As far as our windmill is concerned, we have, yeah, we've got some stored flour and the last of the barley is still working its way through, which is great. And so, yeah, we need to get this loaded up. So let's start up our truck, open the doors, get the last of this flour loaded up and head down to the bakery. We may have a second run of bread to do today as well. So this is very much all about getting this stuff done. Where are we with the shop? What's on offer? Oh, wow. Oh, wow. John Deere T560 combine. No header for it. Headers for everything else. But yeah, that is a weird set of, a weird combination of stuff available in the sales today. None of it's useful to us at the moment. We're currently still hiring combines. We're not making enough money to actually buy one at the moment. The trouble with snow is it makes loading all of this up so much harder. Really does. Alright, there we go. Load the rest of this in. And then we can head down to our bakery and get the probably the load of breads that we've got for today done as well. Our last pallet of flour, and that is then emptied the windmill for now. We do still have more coming, but we have got a nearly full trailer on here, so that is all good. Perfect. Right, there we go. Let's just park the tractor over here, because yeah, we need to get those tomatoes loaded up later, so we'll just leave that off to the side. Close this up, and yeah, we're doing a lot of driving about today. Let's head down to the bakery and see what's going on down there. So we're back down at the bakery, and this is, with the amount of transporting we've been doing in the last couple of videos, this boxer is just making a massive difference to us. We actually did have 7,000 litres in there. I'm hoping it's all going to go in, because that would be a problem. Let's see. We have plenty of space for the flour in here. We'll get all the flour we've currently got going through the windmill. That will come into here. Yeah, we've not got another thing of bread for today. We are producing basically a pallet of bread per day, so that is unsurprising. Let's back this up then, and one of our employees at the bakery can fill it up like so. And then I'm going to take the scenic route today over to the farm shop. We'll head out and down through town so that we can... Anybody coming? Nope, we're clear. So that we can go along the side of the river, which will be, really lovely in the snow. So looking at this, I'm thinking that, once a month we probably want to be selling the... Oh, I missed the turning. We want to be selling the bread and selling the tomatoes and just keeping things running like that. We might do the same with the eggs. Let me know what you think on that. I think getting at least once a month produce selling is probably a good way to go with perishable stuff. Let's back this up. So back up here with more bread. Make another 2,637 plus the £59 environmental score. That is really good. That is absolutely fantastic. So we want to head back down to the farm. We are at 46,000. I think it might be time to take a tractor down to the shop. And, well, this is the thing. I know what's going to happen. I am going to go and buy a seeder today, and we've got the money to do it, and it's great. And then the next game day, exactly what's going to happen is that we're going to get one on offer, and it's just going to be absolutely awful because we're going to lose some money buying a seeder that we didn't need to buy. So, yeah, I'm really torn on it. I mean, new shiny stuff is always great, but if there's a chance we can save a ton of money or get a better seeder than we otherwise would get, I really think that we're in a position where we can wait. So, do we have our fourth? Speaking of which, yeah, I think we're going to be waiting a little while. How much do we have? Yeah, I think it's going to have to go a little later in the day, so I'm going to turn off this. It would be really, really nice to get one at a discount. And I know if I don't go and buy it, we won't get one at a discount, but that's fine. Whereas if we do go and buy it, we're pretty much guaranteed to end up like that. So, yeah, I'm going to fast forward a little bit, get us some extra tomatoes, and we'll then go and load these 4 pallets up and make a bit of extra cash. It's just ticked past 4 in the afternoon. The snow is all melted. And, we are, yeah, so very close to another pallet. I think we've got tomatoes. We must have set tomato. Yeah, 1 litre. Where's our there it is. We were standing in the way, so our 4th pallet has turned up. Let's get this loaded. I was wondering, why have I got only 1 litre of tomatoes in there? Where's it gone? Yeah, I was standing in the way, that's why. So we will get these loaded up and get these sold now as well. And yeah, it might leave us with 50,000, which is really good. For us to be in that position on here at this point is absolutely excellent. We are doing really well on this series. In fact, we've got 2 more pallets of flour, but we'll worry about those next time. We do need to get some more water into our greenhouse at some point. What's the water level like? Just wondering. Let's have a quick look. Oh, water's fine. We did do that a little while ago. I'm worried about water running out while we get into the whole setup, but and get into spring and start you know, doing lots and lots of planting. But I think we're going to be all right. I don't think it's going to be an issue. Let's do that, and yeah, just load up these last 3 pallets. Final pallets to load up and get delivered. So in it goes. Place it down there, like so, and we'll go and park our tractor up. We're not going to be transferring any more flour over today. We'll leave that for next time. We've got way more flour in our bakery now than can be quickly converted into bread. So let's close up this. Start the engine up. It does annoy me that you have to have the engine started up to do some of these things. And then we'll head down and get these sold. Again, I'm guessing it's the farm shop is the place where these have to go. So tomatoes, there we go. Yep, into the farm shop, and price at the moment is a little bit down. But not horribly so. So we'll still get a decent amount for these 2,000 litres. Should get at least 1,800 pounds for them, which is great. And for our last time today, we're down to the farm shop and can get these sold. So it's been a fairly TLX heavy selling episode today. We're gonna get back to doing some farming next time. That's all empty. Yeah, there we go. And the extra 43 takes us nearly up to 2,000, but not quite. So yeah, we are in a really good position. We are only 2,000 short of 50,000, which is fantastic. And next time we're going to be getting into the seeding. We finally got enough money to buy a seeder and get some sunflowers in the ground. So we are going to be doing that. We are headed down to the shop today. We're going to go and pick up a brand new planter to get our sunflowers done. Now, I have, of course, a little issue in that ideally we'd want something that plants both sunflowers and wheat and barley and grains like that, because ultimately we're going to be moving between the two. We want to keep the bakery running. However, at the moment I can't find a planter or a mod of a reasonable price that does that. So we're going to end up getting two things to do our seeding with. We want to do direct seeding with both of them. But this year, because we're doing the sunflowers, we're going to be getting the planter. And this is going to help us as the farm expands anyway. So let's head down here and park up. Oh yeah, the other thing we need to do is you may notice that our tractor is in some fairly severe disrepair here. Our New Holland. So we're going to do something about that while we're down at the shop as well. Let's turn that off. And this is going to cost us a pretty penny. Yeah, well, actually, it's not too bad. 3,987. That is a lot less money than I was expecting to pay to repair that tractor with that being that low. This New Holland is really good. This 8670 is not expensive for us to run at all. I'm really liking that tractor. So what do we got in here? Sale today has nothing we're after. That combine would be nice to have on the farm, but 155,000 is not money we have at the moment. So let's pop into here, and we want planters, which are around here somewhere. Where are those? There we go, planters. And if we go along to the end here, we've got this. We've got the Jan Sniper 11,450 for 27,000. Really good price on this. This is a direct planter as well, which is brilliant. No options on this. Let's just go back and have a look at it. 27,000 will plant corn, sunflowers, soybeans, sugar beet, and cotton. So it's only really useful really for us to maybe do those first three. And yeah, we'll also take fertilizer as well as seeds. So yeah, this is going to be perfect for us. It is only 27,000, and it is a 5-meter cultivator, which is a 5-meter planter as well, which is perfect. So let's buy that, as that is exactly what we want for the farm. Now, we definitely have a load of seed back at the farm. I don't know if we have any... I don't know if we actually have any solid fertilizer. Which means we may have a quick trip down here with our... well, I was going to say with our flatbed, but we haven't got anything to load up with down here. So we'll probably... Oh, that's a downside to not having a flatbed trailer anymore. We might have to hire something at the shop in order to load stuff up. And if I'm going to do that, I might as well do that now here. So does it tell me how much this takes in here? Planters... 3,427 liters, but doesn't tell me how much of each. So yeah, I think we're gonna have to head back down here with with our truck and get a couple of big bags of solid fertilizer, I think, because at the moment we're not able to really work out how much this takes fertilizer wise. Before I head back down to the shop though, I just want to pop in here into our yard and we'll try and load this up, see exactly what we've got in here. I know we've got 2 big bags of seeds sitting here. Whether we've got 2 big bags of anything or big bags of anything else, I don't know. Right, let's open this up. So, I don't know which goes where. So, yeah, we've got a back and we've got a front. Let's see what we've got hiding at the back here. We've got 2 bags of... So, there is 600 litres of seed in that. 128 litres of seed in that. 400 litres of seed in that. And 12 litres of seed in that. There's not that much seed here, actually. What I need to do then is we're going to park this over here with the back open. So what I'll be able to do is just load up produce. So let's open up the rear doors. There we go. And then disconnect it. And that then sits there ready to be filled. Really, really useful, that. And then we can go and put the flatbed on. We want to, oh, sorry, the pickup bed on. We want to get that up to the shop to pick stuff up, really. But first, we need to work out exactly whether this is enough. Whether this is enough seed for us to do stuff. And B, whether we, or how much fertilizer we're going to need as well. So I'll take this over here. Downside to all this, of course, is we're going to have to take the tractor up to the shop as well to get things going. Now, somebody, I've been told a couple of times. Oh, wow, yeah, okay. The Z-Tour, definitely in need of repair. A few people have been telling me in both in my live streams and in my comments that the Z-Tour is in need of some repair, and oh man, is it in need of some repair. That is really quite low at the moment. So yeah, we'll take this. Taking this down to the shop is something we need to do anyway. Right, 600 litres in this. Now, is this where the seed goes? Or is this where our fertilizer goes? No, that's where the seed goes. So that is going in there rather nicely. And, okay, I think we've got enough seed here, certainly, to fill this up initially. I want to seed field 17, see how far that goes, or how far a full seeder goes on that. And then we can estimate exactly how much we need for field 20. Yeah, just 128 litres in this one. And let's get that done as well. We'll put this in the second one. Oh, I've overshot. Or not. Yeah, I've overshot. There we go. There we are. In that goes. Still got plenty of space in here. Let's switch over to the bag lifter and get the other, get the bags in as well then. So there's 400 litres in this bag. I think this is going to be enough to fill this actually. There we go. That is getting fairly close to the top. Oh, maybe not. Maybe it is going to take all of these seeds. It does take over, I think it was over 3,000 litres actually, this. But I'm presuming that a good chunk of that is probably fertilizer. Yeah, there's not much. Oh, there's only 12 litres in this bag. So let's see how far this goes as well. And then that'll give us a good idea of how much we need to get when we get that need to go down to the shop. And what I'm going to do is we definitely need this down at the shop to pick stuff up. So while we're waiting, let's get the hired worker off to do that. Where's my tractor? There we are. So that, no, other tractor, that one there. Set destination. Down to the shop. And that's off. Good. Right, let's see how full our seeder is. Oh, wow, 94%. So, yeah, probably a bag of seeds would be a good idea, just to top this off. Well, how many litres is it? 1,400, yeah. Yeah, I think we won't get another bag of seeds for now. We can always pop back down to the shop and sort that. What I do need to do is switch over to there, which is going to be our fertilizer. And yeah, let's head down to the shop, grab a couple of bags of fertilizer. How much did that say that held in total? I think we need about 2,000 litres. Yeah, in total, this holds 3,400. So we need at least 2,000 litres of fertilizer in order to fill this up. I think this is still running, isn't it? Yeah, there we go. Turn that off. And we'll go catch the detour up down at the shop. Perfect timing. We're arriving down at the shop just as our tractor is as well. Brilliant. Very pleased with that. Right, we're going to grab 2,000 litres of the fertilizer. So let's head over here. Go into here and do this. Right, what fertilizer we got? So we've got no modded fertilizer on here. So it is just the 2 grand fertilizer. We need 2 bags of this. Buy that. Yes. Oh, so expensive. But hopefully this will go fairly far. We'll find out pretty quickly by doing that lower field. And getting that done will do a lot of good for us. Right up. There we go. Into the full gear. And yeah, I'm worried about how much the repairs on this tractor are going to cost, because this is a slightly more modern tractor than our other one. There's also the one with GPS on it, which makes it a little bit more annoying that we're not using it with the seeder. But I can't really help it, because that other one is our bigger tractor. And it really is kind of our field work tractor. The flatbed on this TLX is brilliant. It's not a flatbed. The truck bed on this TLX is brilliant. The size is perfect for carrying things like this. Just loading them in. And I think eventually what we're going to do is use the fifth wheel on this as well. And maybe get a flatbed or something with a... that will allow us to use this properly. Right. Let's... I'd say use this properly. What I mean is will allow us to have a gooseneck out the back and give us more transport for things like bales and things, because this does have the power to do that kind of thing. Well, I'm going to send this headed back to the farm now. So we'll select that, set destination. I want you to squeeze in there. And you're off. Perfect. And then we can work on getting this repaired up here and sorted. Yeah. Can't believe that I'd let the Z-Tour get this bad. Where is it? There it is. That's more like it. That's what I expected the repair costs to be. 8,000. Ow. So that's 13,000 in vehicle repairs we've had today. That is expensive, but at least we've still got 4,000 left, and hopefully that's going to be enough for us to get everything seeded today. I don't know. We'll see how we do. And back down to our farmyard just as our truck has arrived as well. So I'm just going to move that down the other end so this will be easier for us to unload. Either turn this round or, in fact, I'll just put this here like this. There we go. And open up the back. Let's take off our straps as well. And then we'll head over here and get this unloaded. I'm quite happy with the way things are going on this series. How we're moving stuff along quite nicely. I think if I want to get cakes made at the bakery, I think we're going to have to get the production stuff and buy sugar in. The length we'll have to go to. The lengths we'll have to go to get other stuff done would be too high, I think. I think we'd end up with spending just a fortune to get a sugar beet factory, and we'd have to buy land to place it, and it's gonna get to be too much. Everything else, I think, is doable. I think we can get cows and a dairy and all of that. I think it's the sugar that's gonna be the biggest problem. So we'll strive towards it, but I really would like to make cakes on here. It is just that sugar that's the issue. Come on, where are you? No, that's too far. Open up. Let's pop out and have a look. There. Oh. All right, it's got to be higher up. Okay, fair enough. This should give us plenty of fertilizer. Yep, that's fairly well topped off. So I think we're a little bit under for both of them, but we should be okay. So stop that there. We will close this up. Let's start the engine up. Close that up. Right, this is all ready to go. I don't know where our best place to do this is. Let's turn the beacon off. We'll start over here. So 90% fertilizer, 94%. Oh, I need to lift this up. Yeah, look at that. That is going to be horrible. We've got basically a full set of fertilizer to do on here. It's next to 0 that we've got on it. So, oh, wrong fruit. Right, let's change fruit. Sunflowers. There we go. Oh, I was very worried for a moment. Okay, and drop it down. And let's try and keep this at 180. In it goes. And everything's not going down as fast as I thought it would. That's actually really, really good news. There is one feature of this tractor that really annoys me. And basically, it's this. If I come to the end of the row and I'm then wanting to maneuver and I go into reverse, it goes into -1. It doesn't switch to whatever gear I've previously left it in reverse or previously had it in reverse for. You have to go through the bottom range. Whereas if you go forwards, it sends you immediately back to whichever gear you were in. Reverse, you have to go back down the gears to get yourself into the gear that you were in before. It's a minor niggle, but it's one that just slows down the work that little bit and just makes everything that little bit slower overall while you're working. Otherwise, this is working brilliantly. The Jan Sniper is a brilliant piece of kit. It is direct seeding as well. We did use the power harrow on here and did break up the top with that, but it is still really nice to have a piece of kit like this that is just going through, giving us the application of fertilizer we need, so we won't need to refertilize or get anything on here to fertilize these fields, which is very nice. Probably means that with this kicking about, we can get rid of our solid fertilizer spreader as well, because that's not going to be needed with this piece of kit. We can get another direct seeder for grains for next year. That would work brilliantly for us as well. We'd then be able to completely not have our solid fertilizer spreader, get the little bit of money back that we'd spent on that, and use that somewhere else that will hopefully bring us in some more money, because this is just working brilliantly. And our seed and our fertilizer consumption is not that high. It's partly because we're doing sunflowers. Sunflowers do not require a lot of fertilizer, do not require a lot of nitrogen. So it's actually a really good crop to start with when doing stuff with precision farming, because it'll help you get that fertilization up in the first year, and I don't think they leave the ground in such a bad state either. The better one to use is probably soybeans, but soybeans do have the thing of being a little bit more of a pain to sell, because they don't come up for best price until halfway through the year. I think this was just about the only planter of this type I could see on the mod hub. It has, it's a direct planter. It is inexpensive. It is fairly wide. I mean, as I was saying before, it's a 5 meter wide planter, this, which is perfect for our sizes of fields. It fits the horsepower requirement of our tractors as well. It's just all around, it works as a piece of equipment on here, and as a result, it's just a really nice find. And as I said, there's nothing else in on the mod hub that is in this sweet spot. It's just absolutely brilliant. I'm trying to remember where this make came from. It did say in the mod hub listing exactly where this is from. It might be Dutch, if I remember correctly, which is why I'm calling it a Jan rather than a Jan. Because yeah, I think this may be a piece of Dutch equipment, but it is it's just, yeah, really good for our farm. Works really well, and I'm so very pleased I found it. If I can find something that works as well as this, but in the seeders part, I think we're going to be very nicely set up on here, especially once we get all of this sunflower oil sold this year. And get all of our bread processed and everything through the bakery. I think we're going to be really well off. Coming to the end of the main part of the field. And down and in. I've left a bit of a headland at that side of the field there. But what we need to do now is head across here. And just get this headland filled in. It's slightly wider than the seeder, but that is on purpose. It gives us a nice little bit of overlap and means that we'll cover the whole field. I want to take this right up to the edge now and get this all the way along here. And then we can come back to this corner here and go up that side and get the headland done on the other side of the field. And that will be everything nicely seeded or planted on this side. We're down to 79% on the sunflowers and 82% on the fertilizer. Both of those are really good levels. I mean, we were at 94% on the sunflower seeds when we started and 90% on the fertilizer, so that should mean, given the size of these two fields, that we have enough in our planter to do the other field as well, which is brilliant. I mean, not having to spend any more money on seeds or fertilizer this year is going to be amazing. One problem we are going to have, and I can see this happening now, is we're going to have weeds on here. Now, we don't really have enough money to get a spot sprayer. I would love to have that and deal with them properly. I think we're probably going to have to get a weeder, though, and weed them instead. It won't give us such a good boost to our environment score, weeding it that way, but it will at least get rid of the weeds, and it will also give us a nice boost to our yield at the same time. So yeah, I think that's how we're going to have to go. Get a weeder, put it on the Z-Tour, and go from there. Because yeah, that's really the most cost-effective way for us to do it at the moment. We might find ourselves better off and more able to do stuff after this year. Once we get all of this in, I mean, we're going to be in a really good position after this year. But until then, I think it's going to be definitely going to be a case of just keeping this going like this and spending as little as we can until we have the money to spend it elsewhere. Last row, the last headland on this field, and it's gonna go in rather nicely. We are gonna be left with at least 75%, 76% seed, and 76% seed and 80% fertilizer. That's really good news. Let's turn that off then and get that back over here. There's a couple of little touch-ups I need to do, actually, before we finish. So there's a small patch at the edge of the field here. We'll just turn on the on that edge of the seeder and get those down. And actually, there's a couple of patches I can see as well over by the road there. So that's got that. And then bring this up and we'll just swing around and get those other bits Yeah, gear 8 is great for using this seeder with, but for maneuvering around the yard, it's really slow. Right, and then down, and just get those last little bits along that edge there. And that's got it all. Perfect. So, yeah, low seed usage because we're on loam, and also low fertilizer usage because we are running sunflowers. So that has worked out really well for us. It is 10 to 2 in the afternoon, so plenty of time. And I want to head over here and get this field started today. We may not get this field finished, and we are going to be doing this field in a slightly different way to how we've done it before. I'm quite happy that we've got this quite a small amount of roads to go on to get this across, because this is quite a big wide seeder. Getting it back from the shop was a pain along the road, but now that we're on our farm, it's all pretty good. Right, we need to drop the speed, the gears down. See, this is quite a tough thing to pull up some of the slopes. There we go. 10th will do it. And then when we get up to the top here, we will we'll start going across the field. The slope is much gentler going across rather than up and down. Up and down is the longer side, but it's also up the slope, which isn't good for us. So let's pull this into here. And with this being a direct seeder, this little bit at the edge here shouldn't cause us a problem. Right, and then down. This will be a test. Yes, straight in. Perfect. This means that we're going to be good. We're going to be able to get this field done without too much hassle. Although, I do need to drop my gears down a couple to 8, because 8 just seems to be that sweet spot. Top end of this field is a little bit fiddly. You can see that it sort of comes out and round here, and I found that sometimes it's worth doing a bit of the headland separately before you get too deep into the field. So what we're going to do is get this row that we're currently on finished, get this into the, which way am I going? That way. Get this all filled in and get our headland up to this corner here. And then we'll be in a position where we'll either finish in this corner at the end or in the other. So I want to bring this around here. We'll fill this headland in and try and end up back down here, I think. Otherwise, I'm going to end up running over more seed than I want to, which people have told me in the past is not a huge issue. But I'm trying not to compact the earth where I've seeded too much. So basically, this little area up the top here, we're going to fill in this headland, then go along the edge up there to get it so that we don't have to fiddle with this at the end and have it be just that little bit more annoying at that point. So down and forwards, and yeah, we should be able to do it in a couple of passes, and it'll work quite well from that. Up the top here, I think, is eventually where I want to put cows. I think we can put a cow pasture up here and have it work. We don't need too many. We can get a fairly small cow pasture with just a few fairly mature cows who are going to produce milk for us. And then, well, we might be able to put that and a dairy up here if we're lucky. So that's what I've got that land reserved for, really. And then our biggest problem as far as that is concerned is feed, because we don't have any grass fields. We don't have anywhere that we do all that with. I would consider doing grass down by the main farm and just doing a grass field down there. Where we've got field, what's that field number down there at the moment? Field 17. I would consider doing it in 17, but 17 is almost all loam. It is a fantastic growing field, and yeah, to to take that over with grass to feed the cows would just be a real waste of some great arable land. Possibly the bottom end of here might be better. When we get to this headland, we'll have a look at the state of the land. But I think the bottom end of this field is not great. I mean, we've got loam all the way at the top here as well. So this is great growing land too. And I'm wondering actually if that area I was talking about putting the cows a minute ago is similarly a good piece of land to do it on. And there we go. So that's got that odd bit filled in now. And yeah, I can just continue on with the rest of the field. It is 3 minutes to 4 in the afternoon though. So this may be something that we get partly done today and pick up next time. Looking at our field plan though, you can see here, field 17, entirely loam. Where we're working at the moment, really good loam. Rest of field 20, not so much. From here on down, it is just silty clay. So we're going from some of the best lands to some of the worst for the rest of this field. So if I want to put grass and stuff anywhere, really looks like the best place to do it is down the bottom end of this field. Because, yeah, the bottom end of this field is horrible. In fact, I think our seed usage and our fertilizer, both of those are going to go through the roof for the rest of this field. So, yeah, now we are properly into the silty clay and planting into it. And we are using 14 seeds per meter squared as opposed to the 10 per meter squared we were using for the loam. So it's, yeah, our seed usage is up. However, somewhat surprisingly, our fertilizer use, our nitrogen use, is not. We're using a lot less fertilizer on this section of the field than we were using on the top section, which is really good. Because that's the more expensive thing. I can buy another bag of seeds for £800. So getting more seeds is not incredibly expensive to us. Getting more fertilizer is. So I'm happy for our seed usage to go up at the expense of our fertilizer usage going down, because yeah, that is the actually something that works really in our favor as far as how much this could all cost us. It is coming up to 5:30 and we've done pretty well. I'm quite pleased with this. We've got plenty of both seeds and fertilizer, so that is pretty cool. We are in a really good position overall. We've still got 57% full on the sunflower seeds. We got a decent amount of fertilizer left, as I said, and yeah, look at that. We go from pH value. Okay, so pH value on here is listed as bad at the moment. So I think we are going to have to spread some solid fertilizer on these fields in order to bring it up. But in total, I'm pretty happy with this. Yeah. Oh no, nitrogen is perfect. The pH value is bad. We should have done lime on these. We should have limed these fields. No. Oh dear. Okay. So I have made a mistake there. Our pH value is horrible on here. Let's have a look. Let's see. Yield. No. Nitrogen. pH. Here we go. So it shouldn't be bad. I mean, it's 5.7 and yeah, okay, maybe it's a little bit low. But it's not that bad. Definitely has been worse. So yeah, it should be 7. And it's not. So that's not great. But we're going to continue this, get all of this finished next time. We also have our produce to sell as we're trying to keep perishables sold on a regular basis. So eggs and bread and any tomatoes and things need to be sold next time. It's going to be the second day of March, so we've still got plenty of time to get all this done. It is the second day of March, and we have sunflowers to finish off planting today. So that's what we're going to be doing. We have a decent number of sunflower seeds still. We're at 56%, but our seed usage is a little bit higher now that we are into the silty clay. I'm very much hoping that we have enough of both the sunflowers and the fertilizer for this. I think we will do. I think that there's a decent amount in here, and with any luck we will we'll make it to the end of this field for both of them. One thing was noted last time is that we've got some fertilizer. Several people told me in the comments actually that we got some fertilizer in our solid spreader, and we're basically saying to me, don't sell it, you'll need it. Yep, absolutely. And what we'll need it for is because this only gets us so far. The planting we're doing, the fertilizer we're doing at the same time as we're planting. It will still need a boost after this, and any fertilizer we have left over in the seeder after this will go quite nicely with the fertilizer we've got in our solid spreader. That will allow this to be topped up when we hit sort of the first growth stage. If we do it at that point, we've got sensors on the Z-Tor that will allow us to then do that and get that in a good way. So yeah, we're looking pretty good as far as all that goes, and we should be able to get this field up to its full potential as a result. Going across the slope of the field like this definitely seems to be the way to go. It's seeding it very nicely and without too much strain on the tractor, which is great. The one thing I have noticed as I'm going across the field, especially without GPS on this equipment, is that the tractor slowly tries to pull down the slope. So if you're not careful, you end up with gaps between your rows, and in which case it ends up using a lot of seeds to try and close them up. So I've got a couple of gaps up there where the seeder, or where the tractor, has pulled downhill a little bit and got off row, and yeah, trying to avoid that happening again, because as this is a direct seeder, it ends up using up a full width's worth of seed if you go through there, because it essentially has a cultivation application before it actually does the seeding bit of it. So it's a little bit annoying like that, using a direct seeder, going over bits that you've already planted, or going over patches where you've missed a bit to fix it can cause you issues. So I am not going to be able to refill those bits. It'll use too much seed, and I think we're going to be fairly close with our seed usage on here. Now, as I said last time, the idea of buying another bag of seed if we don't have enough is okay. I'd rather do that than buy fertilizer at the moment, but it is something I want to avoid if I can. We'd have to load it up at the shop somehow as well, and it would just be, yeah, it would just get a little bit expensive just to get another bag of seeds. Somebody did mention that the pallets of seeds would be just as realistic to load up beside without having to get the hook here and lift the big bag. And yes, very much I agree. And I'd need to check whether the prices are... In fact, I think the prices per litre are fairly similar. It's whether the pallet of seeds would cost us more to get in comparison to the big bag. One thing I kind of got right last time was the seeder. Well, sort of. The name of the seeder I got right. It is Jan and not Jan. And that is because it was founded by a Dutchman, the company, but it's South American this cedar. So it's not something you'd overly see on a European farm like Haut-Beyleron, unfortunately. Having said that, I really, really like this cedar. It is absolutely perfect for what we're doing here. It's a good 5 meters. And as I said last time, you know, it's a great combination of price, power requirements, width. Oh, it's not a cedar, of course. It's a planter. But, you know, all of those things come together to make it a really, really cost-effective and useful piece of kit on here. So, yeah, it's very good that we've been able to import this from South America and use it here on our farm, because it's just working brilliantly, especially with this New Holland. It fits this tractor absolutely wonderfully, and is helping us get through this job quicker than we would have with anything else. With the amount of border we've got around this field, I'm actually able to leave only enough headland to allow myself to turn around on the grass on the end. It's quite a nice amount. It means we're going to have about 2 widths worth of our cedar as the actual headland to fill in, which means, I think, judging by this field, we should end up in the bottom corner down that way, which will be really good. Haven't left. Oh, we're quite wide here. Let's have a look. Did I miss any? I did. See, this is the thing. I can go back and correct this. I can go back and add this bit in, but I'm fairly sure that our seed usage down this section here, because I've got a direct seeder, I think it's unseeding and then reseeding that section, basically cultivating the field and redoing it, which is incredibly annoying because, of course, it uses a whole lot of extra seed to do that, and just means that we run lower on seed as we're doing it, which is, yeah, incredibly annoying. Could mean, with as close as we are here now, because we've only got 25% left of the seed in the cedar, that we might end up having to buy a big bag. I'd really rather not do that. I want to try and conserve our money a bit. Although, having said that, we do have some production stuff to sell today. So once we get this planted, these sunflowers, what we'll be doing is getting the flour. We've got 3 pallets of flour to get delivered down to the bakery. We'll be taking the bread from the bakery down to the farm shop, because that's the only place you can sell bread. And then we're going to pop back here. We've got a couple of pallets of tomatoes at the moment. If we're lucky, we might get a 3rd one out by the end of the day. So, yeah, that would just be a great amount of produce to take in. And that'll probably boost our money back up. So, yeah, the less we can spend today, the better. And then we'll see where that leaves us at the end of the day with the produce too. Something we're not going to be able to do on this field before our first stage of growth is roll it. And now I'm not sure how much effect rolling still has in precision farming. I know it doesn't give a fertilizing stage, but I think it does give a boost to the yield. The problem we have is, A, we don't have a roller on the farm, and B, we are just going to be out of time. We have got well, as I said, we've still got a load of production stuff to do today, and even getting these fields done and then rolled on top, I don't think that's possible. I might be able to get a roller, hire a roller, but it's not going to be overly cheap, and yeah, we're gonna have to get it up here before the end of the day in order to do it. Wow, I got a little bit off my line on that last run, and yeah, it's gonna take us again, money. It'll take money to get a hired worker on here to roll this in, and it'll take money to get the roller as well. So I don't know if the 5% boost from it is going to be worth it. Certainly there are things next year that I would do differently compared to this year. We should have put lime on here. We should have got the pH up a bit, and we haven't managed to do that this year. And we should have got we got the field rolled as well. I'm not sure if this field counts as mulched either, because we put the power harrow over it, but I think that basically created a seed bed rather than actually did any mulching. Let's give it a quick check, I think, and see what happens. So I'm just gonna back this up here, get us moving on the next row. Actually, while we're down here, there's another problem I want to fix. So does our field count as mulched? There we go. Growth, weeds. Weeds is something we're going to have to deal with that we don't have at the moment, thankfully. Yes. I might have actually gone over and mulched, but yes, definitely these fields are mulched. So that's good news. We've got a couple of big stones in this field. You can see here. There's one set there and a couple of patches there. Nothing massive to worry about. Yeah, the whole thing needs rolling, and we're just not going to be able to do it by the time we have got this planted. I don't think there's going to be enough hours in the day to get the roller on here and get that done. And the other problem I was talking about, you can actually see from inside in the window here. We've got fairly flat on the field at this point. We're coming to the bottom of the valley. But that corner there, that is not. We've got this large bump here, followed by this big bottoming out here. So before I go any further, I want to get that smoothed and sorted. So let's pop into the shop, into construction and landscaping. And yeah, we just want to get this area here sort of smoothed out. And let's take this pretty big and just see if we can't smooth this out a bit. That is quite a lot of money, but yeah, look at that. Still a little bit of a dip down here, but that is much smoother, and will do us a lot better. And yeah, we'll make this whole field easier to work. I just did a little test to see what happens if I reseed an area and compare it how fast my seeds go down on an area I hadn't planted to one I had. And actually, it makes no difference. Or it does make a difference. The seeds went down much slower over an area where I had only a very small bit to do. So I was wrong earlier. Using a direct seeder does not affect it in the way I thought it did, which is great because it means we've got a couple of long patches. You can just see them up towards the top of the hill that I can go and fix in a minute, which is brilliant, and means that we won't have any big patches on the field. Also means that whatever amount of seeds we've had to do to this field is always going to be the amount that would be that we would use. So it doesn't matter how much I overlap or anything like that. It'll always be that amount, which is slightly worrying because we are down to our last 98 liters. We've only got 7% left in the tank. I'm not sure this is going to be enough seed to get this field done. So yeah, I think we're going to have a trip on the shops on our hands just to go and grab a few liters of seed to get this field finished. This corner is much easier to work now that it's been smoothed. It's just, yeah, sitting there rather nicely, and the seed is going over it pretty easily. Having said that, this seeder is pretty good in that it bends in the middle. So if you do have a bit of ground that's a little bit more uneven, the seeder will, the planter, sorry, I keep calling this a seeder. The planter will actually adhere itself to those contours, which is really useful, and just looks awesome. We, though, are very shy on seeds now. We are down to our last 25 litres. We're going to have to pop down to the shop and grab some more seeds. Because, yeah, there are not enough for this planter to do these headlands. We might have enough to just finish this, the main body of this field. I think one more row will do that, and give us a good place to then go and load this up, or go and get some seeds to load this up, and be able to finish this field off. But yeah, it's going to cost us at least, I think it's £800 for the big bag. I don't know how much it is for the pallet with the bags on. But yeah, we are coming to the end of the field. Well, coming to the end of the main body, and we are down to our last 10 litres of seed. There we go. 8, 7. Yeah, that'll do it. So 6 litres left. I'm going to turn this off though. And, oh, hello car. Right, let's get this back down. Stop beeping me. Let's get this back down to this bit of the field up here. Yeah, there you go. You can see it adhering to the contour there. And we're going to head up here first. So we'll get this loaded from here. Down with that. Open that up. I'm going to put this back in 8th. Ready for us to get going when we come back. We'll turn the whole thing off. And yeah, I'm going to take my truck down to the shop. And we'll go and grab ourselves some more seeds. Now, the biggest issue I've got down here is going to be, how am I going to load either the pallet or the big bag onto this? I think we might have to get something for the shop. Now, a few times people have suggested that I get a forklift and buy it for the shop. So we might do that. We might, rather than leasing it, I think we might add it in. So let's have a look at first at the price of big bags versus pallets. So £800 for a big bag of seeds, which is 1,000 litres, versus, where are you? There we go. £950 for an extra £150 for an extra 50 litres. That's more expensive, and is far more than we need. So I think what we'll do is we'll go with the big bag. Is the way to go. Right, so I want to buy one of those because we don't have a lot of field to do. And let's turn this on and get the back open. And what I'm going to do is do something I do very rarely. We're going to grab a forklift for the shop. I'm gonna use, are those, yeah, so those are electric. We're gonna use the Manitou. It's 37,000, so I'm gonna add that in and get that bought. So this is for the shop. It doesn't belong to our farm. It's just here to enable stuff to be purchased and loaded up. And yeah, we'll be parked down here and leave it down here. As many people have said in several other videos, shops like this would have a piece of equipment like this to load stuff up. And I have had it in series like that before. So, yeah, I think that's what we'll do. Oh, come on, get under that. For this. And it'll just stay here, and it will be for loading up stuff at the shop. And is still a realistic thing. We just mustn't include it in the value of our farm when we eventually come to work that out. Right, then this can park around the back over here. Like so. And is part of the shop. And we can get this back down to our farm. Oh, wow. That needs strapping down. Right, let's get this back down to the farm and get our seeder refilled. I mean, planter. It's a planter. Let's get our planter refilled. Oh, do you know what? I use seeders so much more than I use planters that it's just second nature for me to say anything that's putting seeds in the ground is a seeder, and it's not, of course. There is a difference between how this piece of machinery works and how a seeder works. And I like to try and be accurate in these videos, if nothing else. And it's actually one of the reasons why I am, I'm happy for people to correct me when I get something wrong, because it only ever improves the accuracy and improves how informative the videos I make are. So yeah, never feel bad about giving me a piece of advice or a bit of information about realism, because I'm always happy to take that on board, and if it improves the videos, that's even better. So that's always fantastic. Right, we've loaded all of the seed back into our planter, so let's get the equipment back to the farm, and then we're going to crack on with these headlands. And you can see now why I decided to go across the field rather than up and down the longest edge, because this is the steepest part. I mean, the field does slope towards that direction, but it's a far gentler slope than this bit here, where the tractor is struggling so much more to actually get the planter working on here. But it does do it. It does handle it. It's just other machinery that we've had a little bit of trouble getting this field done. I'm pretty happy though. This is working really well with this. And as we reach the top, we should switch over to the loam, and you'll see the variable seed rate just drop. Yeah, there we go, down to 10 seeds per meter squared from 14. I think if I was to plan my farm again, post precision farming, what I would probably do is build the farmyard at this lower end of field 20. Is this? Yes, lower end of field 20 here. There's quite, a nice large bulge at that corner, at that bottom corner where we flattened the field out a bit, and you could build quite a nice farmyard in there. It's on the silty clay lands, so you're losing some of the less good land to doing that, and as a result, you're a little bit better off. And then where we've got our farmyard now, where the land is all loam and would work really well in increasing the yield, you then you then extend field 17 into that area and get a much better yield than you would off this piece of land here. So it's really interesting how my plans for here would change now, knowing what I know from the soil with precision farming. Our final bit of headland, and we have got a really good width actually down here. It's been fairly good in keeping everything nice and even. A good bit of headland on here as well. As I said, I've just got a couple of bits to clear up here, and yeah, we should be able to go over those and just sort that out. Just because that will make our field nice and complete. But all in all, that has been a good job. So I'm going to get those cleared up, and then we'll head into the yard, and we've got a bit of production stuff to do to get our bread sold, and to get our flour into the bakery, and yeah, to get some tomatoes sold as well. So that's all the seeding on the sunflowers done. We're just going to return this to the yard. It is 20 to 5 in the evening, so it's been a good long day's work to get those sunflowers in, but with that job done and dusted, we're looking pretty good. I think we're probably going to have weeds to sort out, and we're going to have some fertilizing to do over the coming days, just to get those bits finished off. Right, now what I want to do is get stuff loaded up. I think what we're going to load up first is the tomatoes. We'll get them over to the farm shop and get that done and dusted. How many have we got? If we've got 2 at the moment, I wonder how close we are to a third. And whether it's worth actually going down to do the flour first. Let's go and have a look over here. Nope, we've got a third. So a third has generated recently. So we might as well load up these and get those done. What I do love about this this box set is that I can just leave it there as something to load up and then go and get my truck afterwards. Makes the TLX just a really, really versatile piece of kit. I mean, to the point... Oh, wow. I think that loaded... Yeah, that's loaded some in there already. To the point where we are able to... We could get more than one of these. More than one of these boxes. And put one over here for the tomatoes. One down at... well, I wouldn't put one down at the bakery. I would put one... Well, I'd be tempted to, actually. We put one down at the bakery where the bread just automatically gets loaded into it. Would be really good. Alternatively, yeah, we've got all this flour up here. So we could put one near our windmill as well. And just make things a little more versatile. The only downside to this is this fact that we can only put one product in at a time. Because it'd be great to go down to the bakery now and grab the bread and put that in here as well. But yeah, unfortunately, that's not to be. It would be really useful though. All right, let's grab the last one of this, and then we can just put this into here, and then that is that done. And then next, we're gonna have the flour to get into here to take down to our bakery. But yeah, getting rid of the perishables, I think, is only a good thing for the farm. Yes, we won't get the best price for them, but it is going to give us a steady income every month. And we are looking to sell the perishables on a monthly basis of full pallets. So, for example, over here, we've got a whole load of eggs. We've got less than a full pallet, and therefore we don't need to sell these right now. Something people have told me, leaving these big bags here does not feed the chickens. Yes, I am very well aware of that. The whole reason why these are here is for me to easily feed the chickens. You can see in the bottom right-hand corner the actual amount of feed the chickens have, which is currently 159 litres. If we look in our animal screen, you can see here that they don't have a lot of food, but they have some food. And yes, this is not going to automatically feed them. I will need to get back over here with the big bag loader. Right, let's get the back off of this. Oh, wow, that's not the most visible. That's because I'm looking at it wrong. There we go. We do need... Before somebody says it, we do need to get a pressure washer on here. We only have 300,750 on here at the moment. So that is not going to be enough to get one on here at the moment. So, yeah, we will be doing that at some point. We'll have enough to buy one today, but I do have other uses for the money first. For a start, we're going to have to hire a combine in the near future, and we may have to buy more fertilizer as well. So, oh no, wrong button. There we go. Close that up. Right, let's get these tomatoes down to the shop, and then we can get back up here and get the flour. So 1,500 litres of tomatoes. Get in here and drop these off. This should give us a little bit of cash. I don't know exactly. So we're at 3,075. Let's open up the back of that, unload these tomatoes, and that is 40, just under £1,500 for those. That's really good. So I want to go back down to the farm. We'll load up the pallets of flour now, and then we will get those down to the bakery so that we can unload those and load up the bread. This TLX is so versatile and so useful. It's just, yeah, I love it. I love the fact that we can use the pickup bed for a gooseneck trailer as well. As I was saying last time, it will work just so well on the farm for doing things like, well, taking straw bales. If we want to go and sell the straw bales, there was one suggestion. I could just put the straw into our silo and then unload it from there and sell it as loose straw. And not overly realistic for two reasons. One is, yeah, you'd be chopping a load of straw bales to put into a silo, which I don't think is the way you do it. And B, our silo is a single crop silo. We only have one, and we only put one crop in there at a time. We have had the barley in there until recently, but we've now emptied all of that out, and this year it's going to be the single crop of sunflowers. Any excess sunflowers that don't fit in, or any crops that we go and do a contract on that doesn't fit into our windmill, we're going to need to put into the silos. So I don't want to muck around with straw really with that. Okay, so that is our flour loaded up. We'll put the tractor back and then we'll head down to the bakery. Okay, so we'll just draw this in here. We've got a couple of pallets of bread to sell today. So let's unload the flour. That should now give us, I think we've got a lot of flour in here to keep us going for a while. Yeah, 51,070 litres of flour. I really want to bake some cakes, but we need sugar and milk and butter. Milk and butter is something that I'm planning to do. Sugar, I think, unless we can get a small production facility, which a couple of people have suggested that there are, I think there's a specific small production pack, then, yeah, I think sugar is going to be a difficult one. Dairy, I've got a small dairy for the farm that I can do, and milk similarly. We can just get a small cow pasture. Right, that's those loaded up. So yeah, plenty of options from the dairy and milk side and butter side of things. But getting actual sugar, I think, is going to be a much more difficult proposition. And here we are at our destination. Let's bring this through here, over here, and as we did with the tomatoes, this needs selling around the back. So there we go. Open up, sell off the bread for 5,809 plus 2, so over 6,000 thanks to our environmental score. That's brilliant. I am very, very happy with that. Today, we are going to be getting some fertilizer onto our sunflowers that we planted last time. To do that, we need to get the remaining seeds and fertilizer out of the seed or the planter that we've got here. So I'm just going to bring this over here and unload it. I want to do it away from our away from our silo, because it might go into that otherwise. So there we go. 2 things of fertilizer and 1 of seed, so that's pretty good. Let's leave that there then, because we need to get this out of the shed in order to A, make some space to put our planter in. Let's get this into reverse, and B, give us, well, allow us to actually get it filled up Now, we're going to be using this tractor for doing this job, and that is because we have the crop sensors built into this. So this should help with our with applying the right level of fertilizer to this. It should work fairly well. So I'm going to open that up because we have some fertilizer in this. And yeah, first we've got to refill it with fertilizer we're taking out of the seeder. So it's been pretty good, this. I'm expecting this to work fairly well. We are going to drop the front loader off this tractor in order to do this. Just because it makes it easier to do. I don't like dropping the front loader off very often. But when we're being a bit more specific with this, I think that is a wise way to go. Right, not much out of that one. How much have we got in this one, then? There we go. Whoa. Okay, that threw that forwards a little bit. And I don't think I can get past that. So what we'll do is we'll get the seeds out the way. Seem to have a similar issue with our forks. And, yeah, we can put them at... Well, actually, we'll put these behind where the seeder is going, because that makes sense. Right, so that can go over there. I'm just going to get this front weight out as well, because that's going to be useful on this tractor while doing this job. Can I get close enough? Yes. Yeah, that's on the front, and then that can get out the way. Pretty much everything for this tractor I want to shove in this shed here. Right, there we go. Right, that's got that. And now I should be able to get the seeder into the shed here, or at least back it out of the way for now. And then we'll be in a position to get everything else done. I still want to get hold of a pressure washer. We got 9,901. I don't want to waste all my money doing that at the moment, though. Well, that's not happy. Why is that bending that way when I reverse it like this? That's really odd. Right, there we go. Let's pull it forwards. And yeah, okay. Not overly happy, but it is at least in there. So park that like that. Did I catch something underneath it? No, it's just got itself into an odd way. I think we might have to pull it forward and then put it back in. But now we can get access to this fertilizer. I think there's a decent amount in this. Judging by the last one, yeah, there's 1,000 liters in this one, so that's good news. We're going to be able to get this into our spreader quite nice and easily. And then we're going to see how well this works doing this, and hopefully not going to end up costing us or requiring us to get too much more, or any more would be nice, because fertilizer is expensive. And if it does, we're going to have to switch the TLX back over to the truck bed and do that. But first, we're going to do that, drop that off, and then I want to drop the quickie front loader off, because we don't want that on there for this job. We've also got GPS on this tractor, so this should make all of this work today much, much easier. There we go. Let's reverse this round, collect that up. Wow, we only have 1,609 liters in this. I think we're going to end up needing more. So in that case, we will start this on this field here. And just to check that this isn't going to destroy any crop. No, we're good. We're only first stage growth. So let's get that going. Have we got any weeds, actually? That's a good question. I don't think we have. Oh, wow. Yeah, we do. We do have lots of patches of weeds. So we need to deal with those probably tomorrow. First, though, I want to get GPS turned on, get us into the field. We'll get in the right direction. And I'm not immediately going to set this going. Target reached. I don't think we need any further fertilizer in here. Or if we do, it's going to be a minimal amount. So let's, let's start off our GPS and just see if anywhere on here does require us to actually do some fertilizing on here. I think it's not going to. There we go. Turn that on, get the actual width, and oh wow, I've actually guessed that pretty well. So reverse this up, set us off, start it, and yeah, looks like with our crop sensors on this, there isn't actually anywhere on this field that needs extra fertilizer. That's really good news. It's going to save us a load of money. And, yeah. Means that we can go and get a weeder. And a slight bit at the end of the field there. But, yeah, I don't think this is going to need any extra nitrogen at all. Instead, I think we want to do something about these weeds. And it's going to be cheaper for us to get a weeder on here and do that than it is for us to get a sprayer later on. So let's park this back up because it's not going to be any use to us. And we're going to head down to the shop, grab ourselves a weeder, and get this field done. I'm actually quite surprised the application rate worked as well as it did on the seeding. That we don't need to put any more fertilizer on the field is really, really good, and means that it's worked out quite well for us. Let's have a look at what we've got in here. So nothing in the sales. That let's have a look then under weeders in here. There's a few in here. There's the NBOK for 9,500. We could actually buy that one. But it is it's a 6-meter one, so it's not that small. There's a 9-meter one there, which would also work well with our equipment. But why is that so expensive? Wow. I mean, it's huge, but yeah, and we'd have to lease it. Leasing that would cost us, you know what? It's going to cost us, hang on. It's going to cost us 2,600. We'd get the job done fairly quickly. And yeah, that might be a good way to go, that one, I think. So, oh no, yeah, so that's a weeder. That's a hoe. That's for larger weeds than we have. So we definitely don't want to borrow that and want to borrow this. So that's what I'm going to do is... Oh, we can lease that for 484. So yes, I am going to lease that. It's inexpensive and we're only using it today anyway. We won't need this again until next year. So there is no point, while we're so low on cash on actually buying this, we want to hold on and get this when we got a bit more cash. Maybe after we've got some more crops done. So, yeah, that's good. Let's get this back down, or let's get this up to the top of field 20, and we can start up there and get to work. Now, using a weeder doesn't give us such a big boost to our environmental score as if we were spot spraying. But to get the spot sprayer and lease all of that and everything is vastly more expensive than we're spending here. So this is easily going to cover its cost in how much it's going to boost our money from the environmental stuff anyway. So let's drop that down. I want to get myself up to 180 degrees. And then we're going to set a little bit more. There we go. Then we're going to set our first waypoint. There we go. And move forwards. Set our second waypoint, our width. And then we're good to go. And we're going to get through this fairly quickly. It is very fiddly, this top end of the field. So, yeah, it's going to be lots of little turns to start off with. But once we get into the main part of the field, this should help us immensely to clear the weeds out of here. And, yeah, boost our overall yield for the field, along with boosting our environmental score a little bit as well. We're out of the fiddly bit of the field, and we're now going full width across. Something a little bit strange is happening, though, because this is the first day of growth that we've had for weeds on here, and, in fact, for our plants on here. But if we look in here, look at this. We've got, so we've got these weeds here, which are sort of first stage weeds. At the top end, where we've already run and done stuff, we've got older stage weeds. So, yeah, the weeds don't necessarily all grow low end at this first stage. And that's a little bit annoying, because it does mean that we don't just need to go over this field with our weeder. We are going to have to get the hoe and go over the field as well. It's a much wider piece of kit, yes, but it is a little bit annoying that our weeder at this early stage, with so little growth having happened, is not enough to deal with this. And I don't think the spot spreader or the spot sprayer, I don't think that would be any cheaper. No, we'd have to buy herbicide as well, and it wouldn't really work. But it is interesting. This is the first time where I've used a weeder so early on and not managed to catch all the weeds that are in the field. I'm just following low on the behind our weeder, just seeing if we can see weeds left behind. And yeah, look, so we've got a patch of weeds here. It doesn't get them all. You can see it happening as they go through. So they're not big weeds either. You wouldn't know that they were more mature weeds that it's not picking up. But it's definitely leaving weeds in these rows that it's not pulling up. It's taking around about 60-70% of the weeds out of the field, I think. But it is still a noticeable number left. And as a result, yeah, we are still going to have to do some work with the weeder on here, or the hoe on here, I think, to get rid of those. Fortunately, we should be able to do that probably next game day. I don't think by the time we're through this field here, we're going to be able to go over it with the hoe as well. And thankfully, we have enough money to borrow that piece of kit too, which will then get all of the weeds out of the field. But it is a little bit annoying that we're going to have to go over it twice to get rid of the weeds. We're just about halfway through this field, and when we get to the end of this row, I want to see how effective we're being with this. Yeah, I can still see weeds left behind, and yeah, it's still hitting us. So that's not great. I don't know whether the environmental score will go up because we have weeded, even if it's not been 100% effective. But it's, yeah, I love to see that. Well, we'll see at the end of today, I suppose. Let's have a quick look. And yeah, we certainly have fewer weeds than we had before, but you can see there's these big swathes of them that are still in the field. Where is that? Have a look. just above here. Where is it? Yeah, look. In between, we've got weeds there and there and there and there. So these are all the longer, more mature weeds that the weeder is failing to pull out. And that's quite a lot of them. I am slightly surprised that it is as bad as it is. But we are getting at least some of the weeds out. Let me know in the comments, does the hoe take all weeds out or just the larger one? Do we need to be going over this twice like this, or should I just have switched to the hoe? I would really like to know, because yeah, this is not great for us to be in this situation and having to basically do the same job twice. You know what? Having said that, we can test this. We've got the money. We know we're going to have to get the hoe anyway. So why don't we go and do that? Why don't we just drop this weeder off at our farm, pop down to the shop, grab the hoe, and see if a section at the top is sorted by that, and B, if it also sorts one of these sections at the bottom half of this field. Because if it does, that will get this whole job done so much quicker. So yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Wait, let's not hit the sign. Let's drop this off at our farm and then head down to the shop, and then we can go and try out the hoe instead and see if that solves our problem. The annoying thing about all this is that I couldn't tell from the map that I needed the hoe to get rid of these weeds. It was just, yeah, it just didn't show that was necessary. Where is our weeders? There we go. So this is the one we want. I think everything else, yeah. Small and medium grown weeds between crops. So this should do our entire field. Should get rid of all the weeds, and I think we can return the other one. 2,600. So it is going to put a dent in our finances. But I think it's going to be quicker doing it this way. It is also going to get rid of all the weeds and not just the small ones. I just really wish there was some way that I could have told from this. I mean, it's... yeah, there's nothing that indicates in this patch here that there is different... that there are bigger weeds in there. So, it's really annoying. Wow. I'm glad I put the weight on the front of this tractor. That just lifted this, and it's... and it pulled it right back. Should have enough power in this tractor. I think we've got 175 horsepower. So this should easily handle this. Let's go and see if it actually clears everything off our field. Right, so we know that we've got some stubborn weeds in the middle of the field up here, along with where we haven't gone past yet. So I'm going to try on these stubborn patches first. They are about at this point. Let's have a look. Yeah, a little bit further down. We've got that really big stubborn patch around here-ish, I think. Looking at where my tire tracks are. Yep. So we'll unfold this here. And I'm going to put myself onto the existing rows. Put this down. Wow, that is a big piece of kit. Right, let's just run across the field here and see if this gets rid of everything. Certainly, this tractor has no problem pulling this hoe. So this, I think, is going to work for us. Let's have a look. Yeah, look at that. Cleared everything off behind. Not quite got the row I was targeting, but all in all, I think that is working pretty well. If we go all the way across, we should now have a nice clear row the whole way across here. And then we need to go and check whether this works with the smaller ones as well. So across we go. Finish. And lift it. Yeah, look at that. A nice 9-meter wide row all the way across. So now I just need to go a little bit further down the field. We'll look for a good spread here. And then down we go. And see if this does the same to all the weeds here as well. Which it does. Look at that. So that's pretty perfect. We'll continue on with this. I'm going to return the other one with no point in having that any longer. So that can go back. And yeah, we'll stick with this and get the rest of the job done with this. We've just about caught up with where we were. If we have a look in here, you can see we've got a nice clear top half of the field now. Yeah, we're probably only 2 or 3 rows away from having caught up. It is annoying that it's we've had to catch up and had to basically redo everything we've done, especially as we've not been able to tell from the map that we needed the bigger piece of kit. But it is working now, and it should be good. It is annoying that we spent a little bit of money on the other bit of kit, but that's fine. It wasn't a huge amount, and yeah, I would have been more annoyed if I'd have done it the other way around and then realized I didn't need this bit of kit instead of you know, getting the cheaper one and then being able to get rid of the weeds had that worked properly. All in all, though, it's only just coming up to 5 o'clock, so we've done the top half of this field in roughly an hour and a half. So I think we're going to get field 20 finished today. Whether we get on to field 17 remains to be seen, but we'll see where we are when we hit the bottom of this field. Coming up to 6 p.m. and we are a stone's throw away from the end of this field. In fact, you can see it just down the bottom here. So I'm very much hoping that we'll clear this out today. Yeah, in fact we will. We're only about 4 or 5 rows from the end. We won't get to field 17, unfortunately, which means we're going to have to keep this piece of kit overnight. And it's going to cost us extra for doing that. However, we are going to get some money in from, well, some tomatoes by the looks of things. We've got a pallet sitting there to be sold next time. We should also have some bread to sell next time as well. Our bakery is continuing on with that, so that is all good. And yeah, that'll bring things back up a bit. Now that we're selling productions on a monthly basis, or selling consumables and perishables on a monthly basis, we should get a steady stream of income and not find ourselves too overwhelmed by all of it at any point. So yeah, that's going to make things a lot more stable around our farm. But first, we're into the last little section of field, and it shouldn't take much now to get this finished. It's working really, really well. And our larger field completely clear of weeds is going to make a big difference. Now, of course, we're not going to be able to get to field 17 today, as I said. So we are going to have a daily charge for this piece of kit. I don't think we're anywhere near an hour on it, though. So we're not going to have another hourly charge on it, thankfully. It is just going to be that daily charge, which I don't think in itself is a huge amount. So that should be all right. Let's bring this to here. And I'm just going to bring it round. Don't think there's any weeds there. Let's have a quick look. And yeah, look at that. Oh, there's a there's just a couple at the bottom there, but otherwise I'm pretty happy with that. That's good coverage. We don't need to worry much more about that. So next time what we'll be doing is just finishing off the weeds on here and getting rid of all of the weeds that we have in this field here. Where are they all? There are a whole load of weeds. There we go. There's one. So yeah, we've got a load of weeds in that field to get rid of. So we'll be using this piece of kit on that next time. We have got on the back of here our hoe, because we've got a load of weeds in this field here. So we're going to clear those up to start with and get those cleared out of the way. Then we're going to be picking up basically with the rest of our stuff as well. We've probably got some more breads to sell, I think. We've definitely got a couple of pallets of tomatoes to get delivered. And as things are getting a little bit busier on the farm going forward, we want to keep the sales and things of those going. I want to be a little further over for this. Our sunflowers are still growing nicely though, and getting rid of these weeds in these fields are going to make a big difference. Let's turn this, or let's drop this down because this doesn't need turning on. We are nearly on the right number of degrees, and we're going to use our GPS today to help speed this job up. So we'll turn that on, we'll set our first waypoint, and then we will set our second. There we go. Width. And away we go. And yeah, we've got a little bit of a weird bit at the side of this field. We'll get that cleared off in a minute. But all in all, this should go fairly smoothly and get done fairly quickly. Now, because we're using the hoe on here, it is getting rid of both the big weeds and the small ones. So if I just put that on to there for now, and we'll have a quick look out here. And yeah, you can see it's clearing up everything, both the large and small weeds, which was the trouble we had the last time. Clearing those out does mean that we should get a very nice boost to our yield on here. It does mean that we won't get quite such the boost to the environmental score. But considering the price of the sprayer to get said boost, we can't really afford to do it. Something else I want to try today is on here. We do have the nitrogen detectors. And last time we tried to spread some fertilizer on here and see if that would help. Now, somebody said that I need to turn on the crop sensors in order to actually get it to work properly. And yeah, there we go. Sure enough, under the help menu is the crop sensor turn on command. Alt and B in this case. So we are going to have to give that a try today as well. If there is a little bit more nitrogen we can do to sort both these fields out, then it is absolutely worth doing that to try and get the most out of here that we can. So yeah, I'm going to hook up to my solid fertilizer spreader, turn on those crop sensors, and see if we can improve things a little more. It may be that putting the solid fertilizer in when we seeded was enough, but I do want to make sure that we can get the most out of these fields, if possible. Coming up to the end of the field. Just need to line myself up and get this last strip here. We need to go still up to the other end of the field and sort it out up there. Let's get this back into the field itself and stop pulling through the bushes. But I think that has got most of this field done. Let's have a look. Yeah, we've just got this odd strip down the far side. So let's lift things up and we'll travel along the road a little bit, just so that we can get back in here and then head up to this corner. So as I said, what we need to do next, because this really hasn't taken us very long at all, is to go in and clear up the remaining need for any nitrogen increase in the soil. And just have a look and see if there is any reason to get a little bit more solid fertilizer on the ground. We will activate the sensors that we've got on the tractor and get that to do that. Are we completely clear of stuff in our windmill now? I think we might be. Let's have a look here. Yes, so our windmill does not have any incoming materials at all. It's got a little bit of flour, a little bit of sunflower oil, but otherwise everything is out. Else is out. We've got enough water in our greenhouse and bread. We are still producing stuff. I think we are gonna try and get a dairy and some cows running on here. We can produce some milk and some butter, and then I think we'll have to buy sugar in. Sugar is going to be way too difficult overall in order to get on here. So yeah, I'm not going to try that now. I think we should get this picked up, because if I remember correctly, this is a leased piece of equipment. So leased stuff, weeders, yeah, it is just this. So we double check before we end that we have nowhere left really to get any weeds from. We've got a couple of small patches here and there, but otherwise I'm happy. So this can go back. And that was a palaver, but we need to remember that we need the hoe next time to do this and not the weeder. So let's go into here and we'll get that returned. So return that. Yes. Okay. There we go. And then I want to hook up the solid fertilizer spreader to this. I think we have a fair amount of solid fertilizer still in here. There we go. Like that. Right. And then I want to turn on, as I was saying, Alt and B. We've got the crop sensor turned on now. So hopefully this will now cover everything for us. We will then set up the new width for this. So new width and here. And now we can see how much we need to pull this in. Now I'm actually going to get this to include the bit outside of the field over there. I think that it's going to be quite a way over. We have to go for that. Right, there. And then set ourselves up and see what our crop sensor says. Yeah, look at that. That is immediately increasing, or did immediately increase parts of this. And we are going down very slowly. It is going to have an effect. This is enough for us to get just a little bit more out of this. So I'm going to just spin this round here, make sure that I get everything in this corner. And then we'll continue applying this to the rest of our field to make sure that we are at the optimum nitrogen for what we need to do. It is a really small adjustment all the way across this field. It's between 10 and, well, no, 20 is the highest I've seen for us to add on this. So, yeah, that is working very, very well to get our optimum nitrogen levels on here and make sure that everything is as high as it should be. It's not using a huge amount of solid fertilizer to do this, which is absolutely brilliant. It's making a difference, but at the same time is not costing us a lot to do it. Just turn that off there, and I think we're gonna free run this last bit. Just try and cover as much of the field as we need to. I think there's a very small patch down that bottom end that got missed there, and then there's a couple of small patches up here that we'll just cover on our way out of the field, like so. There we go. So that is our first field done and dusted and all fully fertilized. I'm going to turn my lines off for the moment, and we're going to head up to the top of this field here and get the same done with these sunflowers, just really to give us a good boost. Now, before I get started on this field, I do want to just pop into the crop and see exactly how much our yield is boosted. So let's stop here, jump out, and just run into here. So pH value is bad. We know that. We kind of needed to sort that. But I know, yield bonus. It doesn't actually... I thought it would give us... yeah, there we go. Expected yield, 116%. Yield potential, 125% in this part of the field. So we want to see if doing this will boost this at all. And see what happens. So I'm going to bring the lines back. We will move them over. Like so. And see if we can't bring them... Yeah, there we go. Which way are you going to go? No. Come on. Sometimes, especially if you're perpendicular to them, it's quite difficult to get the lines in the right place. But there we go. Right. Get into that and see if we can't increase the fertilizer application on here as well. And yeah, again, it's only going to be small increments we need to do. 4 rows in, and you can see the very slight increase on the map of where it's adding stuff in. I mean, it's a tiny increase, but it is making a difference, and it is increasing things. And as I said, we're just gonna pull to the end of this row here, I think. So get that there and bring this round. And having set myself up on the next row, we were getting about a 117% increase last time. Wow. This is not making any difference whatsoever. It's nice and realistic to be able to put that little bit in. But yeah, that is not increasing our yield potential, our expected yield on here at all. I think it would actually make a bigger difference to have got lime on here in the first place. So, yeah. It's not making a massive difference, but I think I'm still going to go through this because, as I said, it's just that little bit more realistic. It's also one of those things on here where I'm trying to test and work out exactly how everything in precision farming works. And having it do this and have the crop sensors running on our tractor is really useful for that. Really helps me to kind of work things out for later on. So activating the sensors that are on the tractor and everything like that just makes it really useful for us. Especially then going on to other game saves and other series. It can make quite a big difference. Maybe not making such a huge difference on here, but certainly will make a big difference on another series where I've not necessarily done the fertilizing at the same time as I have done the seeding. And going from there, we should be able to make sure that we maximize the use of not only our fertilizer, but things like our fuel and our time as well. Something I do wonder as well is if we'd used these nitrogen sensors when we were seeding, would that have also had this effect of also actually being much more accurate in the application of our nitrogen at that point, of the solid fertilizer at that point? I think that is something I will have to go and test at some point and see whether this sensor works at the same rate as the sensors on, or the same rate whether we turned it on seeding or not. Can't remember whether I even looked to see if it was something I could turn on when I was seeding. I'll have to go back and have a look at those videos. If you guys do know that, let us know in the comments. Here though, it's been quite useful. We have this fertilizer to spare anyway, so I'm quite happy to be using it on here and testing this out. And hopefully it's going to make a big enough difference in order to actually have some meaning in having it on here. Just the slightly wonky bit at the bottom of the field here to finish off. And yeah, we've used hardly any fertilizer topping this up at all. Now, how far out are we going here? So yeah, we've got a little bit to do at the bottom end of the field. We will freehand that because there's no point in running the GPS halfway across the road. And it is just this little bit that we have in here. So bring that across there. And yeah, it looks like we've not got a lot of area to actually cover with this. And there we go. I think, yeah, that should cover the whole field. Come out through these bushes, and we've still got 21% left of our nitrogen in here. So that's really, really good. Very happy with that. Let's back this up and get this into here. Ready for next time. Now, I want to see what's in the shop quickly. I don't think... We did have a brief look a minute ago, but I don't think there's much in there. It's always good to check the sales, though. So, no, there is a mulcher. That mulcher is 8,000. That might be quite a good thing to have on the farm, because I don't think we have a mulcher anywhere. So, yeah, I think we'll get that if we can. Just going to turn this tractor off. We do need to get some fuel, and we have no fuel transport on here at the moment. We also have no front loader on this either, and we need to go and deliver some stuff. I think what we'll do is we will head down to the bakery and go and get the bread done first, and then we'll pop back up here and sort out the tomatoes. Get those two things cleared off here, and that will help sort us out pretty quickly today, I think. And then down and into the bakery. It's quite a sharp turnaround, but then that's one of the nice reasons why we got the truck here. And oh yeah, we've got a fair amount of bread to sell today. So we'll open this up and as per usual, get this loaded up. So it gets repacked into boxes in the back. Oh, there we go. Close it up. And best place, I think we got only one place for bread on here. Let's see. Bread. There we go. Bread. That is going to Le Jardin de Fermier's farm shop. Which is where it always goes. So let's head up there and get this unloaded. And oh, if we're lucky, we've got 2,000 litres in here. This might be enough to buy that mulcher, which I think, as I said, I think would just be a really good purchase to have. Long term, we need a mulcher on the farm. If one comes up like that, that's pretty good, pretty wide, and will save us money later, worth grabbing it. Right, into the shop. Through the first sell point and over into the second round here. Is this going to be enough? Let's open it up and have a look. Oh yeah, unloading all the bread. Oh wow, 5,000. That's more than I expected. Was it 2,500? It was 2,500 each. So that actually is really, really good. We can head back to the farm now. And I want to look at a couple of things. I think if we can sell the tomatoes today as well, that would be good. Keep that ticking over. Yeah, we have enough to go and grab that mulcher, which I think would be a really good plan. And back down to our farm. Let's bring it in here and in. And I want to park myself up just over here. Like so. And then we need to get our front loader back onto the Zetor. As I said though earlier, we're not too bad on fuel on this, but we could do with putting in a fuel tank somewhere around here. Just to give us that little bit of placement for fuel. Somewhere where we can put it and be in a position where we don't have to go absolutely miles to fill up every time. Or even getting a fuel tank or something on the back of our TLX would be good. Although I'm finding that there aren't many small fuel tanks about. Or I could... There's a two birds with one stone thing on the mod hub. We need about 26,000 to get it, though. So, yeah. I think there's a lot of stuff I would like to get that we need to probably do after this year's harvest. And we've got some oil, some sunflower oil created. It's going to be a lot of sunflower oil we create this year, which is going to be great. We've got a steady income from the bread at the moment. It looks like we're getting about 6,000 every 2 days at the moment from the bread. Right, let's load up these tomatoes, though, and get them delivered as well. Come on. There we go. Into there and back it out. Those will get reboxed then. And then we'll do the same here. My rule with stuff that goes into here is if I'm unloading it at the other side and expect to be unloading in pallets, i.e. I'm bringing stuff up here for seeds and things like that, or seeds or solid fertilizer or anything like that, that does not go in the back of this truck. Anything that I am loading up to sell, that can be reboxed for the other end. And I think that's a fairly good way to go, to be honest. It works out quite well with how we're playing on here. So there we are, like that. And then we can close this up like so. Yep, tomatoes aren't accepted there because that's where we just picked them up from. Let's take these. Well, I think we're going to go to the same place with these as we went with our last load. Tomatoes, there we go. Le Jardin is the only place to sell. So, yeah, let's head back over there and get these sold as well and see how much we end up with. Okay, so how much are we going to make from our 1,000 tomatoes? 1,000 litres of tomatoes. I don't think it's going to be that much. Not anything like we made with the bread, I don't think. I'll probably unload before I get round here. Yeah, 915 plus 54 environmental score. Yeah, I think it's time to head back to our farm and look at what our options are, because that might open some more doors. So I'm going to just come in here and I think we'll drop the box it off the back in a position to easily load stuff up. So here should be fairly good. Yeah, I want to open it up because we want to be putting stuff into it, and then I can put the back on this. There we are, because I don't like having the box it on there all the time. We do need to also get a pressure washer, I think, looking at the state of some of our equipment. I'll just back onto this. There we go. Not bad. Locked on. And then we can park this up. And we're nicely out the way. And done. Right. So, what is our current situation? We have enough money by a good distance to get the Kinosh Speed Max 560 that's available there. But I actually also want to have a look at construction and animals. Cows, the cheapest is 75,000. So I think what we'll do at the moment is we're going to leave that. I want to put these. Then we want to put this with a dairy up the top. We don't need a huge number of cows. Yeah, we could very easily put a simple cow field up here with a dairy up the top and make quite a bit of money. But I'm going to take this. How much fuel is in this? We've got plenty of fuel in that. Where is our nearest fuel station on here? Let's have a look. Oh, there's fuel down at there. So yeah, I think we're going to drop the front loader off again. Don't like continually. Actually, no, I'm not going to drop the front loader off. We'll just drop the forks off. And then we're going to head down to the shop. We're going to go and grab ourselves that mulcher ready for later in the year. And then we are also going to fill this up with fuel. It's fine for DEF for now. So, yeah, we'll fill this up with fuel. And then we will get all of that back to our farm. Here we come down to the shop. See if we can't get this refueled. But first, yeah, so there's our fueling station. Or the actual fuel garage. The petrol station is the word I'm looking for. And then in here, is it still available? Yes, it is. Nothing, or there is something new available, but it's of no use to us. So, I press the right button. There we go. And then we can buy this. 8,184 should fit us perfectly for what we want. And it's actually the other way around, I think. Yeah, it does go on the back, which is good. And it's nicely color-coded with this tractor as well. I'll bring this round and get this hooked up to the back here. Like so. And yeah, there's a fair amount of width on this as well, which is good. What is the power requirement of this? I realize I bought this and not checked that. But 130 horsepower, we are well within it. And it's got a nice big width to it as well. Right, bring this over here. Refuel our tractor. There we go. And actually, while I have the money and while I am here, our tractor is fairly well repaired. You know what? I'm quite happy with the repair levels of all of those. So that should be fine. Let's get this back down to our farm. All in all, that's been pretty successful, I think. We are looking very nice with our new mulcher, although I don't really have anywhere to put it at the moment. So I suppose I could put it next to our Bowser over there. I need to go and check on the chickens, see if that works. So put that down and drop that off. We'll turn that off for now. We might need it in a moment to pick up the chicken feed. How's this? Food, 18 litres. So yes, we need to go and grab the bag and give some more feed to our chickens. Where is our bag hook? It's there. Okay. Glad I left the front loader on this now. Otherwise that would have been taking it off and putting it on again. Let's turn off. Yeah, let's turn off the crop sensor. Forgot to turn that off earlier, as we don't need that running at the moment. And then bring this in here. Nice and carefully hook up our bag lifter. And yes, as I said a couple of times before, so people have commented, oh, if you leave the bags there, it doesn't feed the chickens. Yes, it doesn't feed the chickens. That's why we need to come in here and grab this bag, lift it up just enough into the food area, because that isn't even where you need to put it to feed the chickens. That is this end here. And I think this will probably use up both these bags. What I'd really like to do this year, hopefully, is get a couple of contracts that allow us to get feed for our chickens as well at the end. So that would be good too, because these bags, these chicken feed bags, are expensive. So how does that leave our chickens? 515 litres. That is fairly good for them, so that's good. We should get some eggs, or we should continue to get eggs produced, which is great. And yeah, those are going to continue to go down to our bakery, because we're going to need those eggs in order to actually make some cake eventually. For now, though, I think that's pretty good. It is only 3 in the afternoon, but there's not much left to do. I am going to have a quick look at the contracts, see what we have kicking around here. Couple of baling contracts. I think those are going to become more important when we come to doing cows a little later on. There's a weeding contract. with an interesting setup. But otherwise, I think we're pretty good. Today, we've not got a huge amount to do on our farm. In fact, the only thing I really have to do around here this morning is to try and load these up. I don't think yeah, we're not very flat with our pallet forks here. Let's get under that. There we go. So I want to get the tomatoes loaded up. They're the only thing our farm is really producing at the moment. And next time we run down to the bakery, next game day, we want to go and drop tomatoes off first, I think. So we're just going to load these up here. Might come into the side. Where we've got that is actually fairly difficult to load up from the side. So yeah, we're just gonna get under those, and that puts 1,000 liters of tomatoes straight into our trailer, ready to load up and take down to sell next time. So we're trying to sell them every other day, but that clears those out. I then want to drop our yeah, I want to drop the front loader pallet forks off here and put on our bit here and get this loaded up, because we have a couple of contracts that we can take on today. We've got the equipment to do them in the form of our fertilizer spreader, and I think we've even got a bit of fertilizer left in here. Let's just have a look. Yeah, we've got 1,300 liters of fertilizer left. So we go and have a look in our contract screen here. There's two nice, easy fertilizer contracts we can do. Field 43 is going to cost a bit of material to do. I think we might have to grab some extra fertilizer, because 2,700, I think, is more than the 1,300 liters we have. And then there's 699 pounds worth of material we need to get here as well. So let's accept both of these fertilizing contracts. And then there is a weeding contract with a very large weeder on it that I think we might try and pick up later. If we don't have a weeder. I don't think we kept a weeder around here, did we? No, we got the mulcher, not the weeder. So that contract actually isn't very worth it. It's the entire profit for it is not going to be much at all. So yeah, if we had a weeder, if there was one available in the shop used, I think we might go for that. But as it is, yeah, it's not very good. Right, field 23 is very close to us. Now, is that the larger of the two contracts? Field 23, no, it's the smaller one. So we can get that done, complete that, and then I think we'll go down the shop. We'll see how much fertilizer we've got left, and we can then head up to field 43 and do that with the money that we earn from this one. And field 23 is just up the top here, struggling a little bit with this on the back. Because we've got GPS on this tractor, this is why I wanted to use this one. Plus, we've got the front loader tool on it, so if we need to fill up with some fertilizer, we can. Right, and like our field down the bottom, this one is sunflowers as well. It'd be really nice if we could afford to buy this field. That would be huge. Right, what I want to do is set my first waypoint, get us on a 0 on as far as our direction goes. Set my first waypoint, drive a little bit into here, set my second waypoint, and then set up our width. And then with the lines on, we can adjust things to match where we want to be. So pull that across to the edge there. Yeah, and in actual fact, we're not too far into the field, but we want to move back over a little bit. There we go. And I don't think this is going to take us very long. This started off, and away we go. And that should work out really nicely. Yep, there we go. So nice, quick bit of money coming in from this contract. Now, this is allowing me to judge roughly how much fertilizer it's going to take us to do both of these contracts. We started off with 1,300 litres. I think we're going to still have a decent amount left. We are already halfway through this contract. And, yeah, it's we've used less than 300 litres. We're going to use about twice as much. No, it was £700 worth, it reckoned. And we are... and it's 2,100, I think, was for the second one. So it's looking like using 3 times as much. So as long as we're left with about 1,000 litres of fertilizer on here, I think we won't have to actually buy any more, which would be exceptionally good. You know, to be able to come along with this and just use up our excess fertilizer from doing our own crops this year and make a whole whack of money from that would be a brilliant turnaround. And in fact, we are over 80% of the way through this contract and still well over 1,000 litres left. And on the last row with, 1,070 litres left, contract is complete. And we have, we made a whole load of money off that. I think we've got enough to actually go and do the other contract. So I'm not going to worry about redeeming this or getting this done before we go and do the second contract. We'll just pop up to field 43 and get that done and out the way, and that'll be perfect. We might even, if we have time today, go and sell the tomatoes and the bread and then skip forward to June, where there might be a harvest or two come up, or certainly there should be more to do around. But yeah, it's a quiet time of the year. We can knock out a few contracts. The other alternative is there's a couple of gas contracts sitting there which are pretty lucrative. Might take a little longer, so we could pick those up as well. For now, though, we are coming down to field 43 here, just beside the shop. And I want to maneuver myself. Right, if I bring the lines on, yeah, they're going the other way. Now, there is a way to make them turn 90 degrees. Let's see if we can do this on here. Not that. Yeah, there is a way to rotate it 90 degrees. Snap train angle, width, offset. Nope, I can't see it in here. There's nothing obvious that allows me here. Let's have a look here. No, nothing there either. So what we'll do is reset it. I want to reset it to go 90 degrees now, so a little bit further round. I'm sure someone in the comments will let me know how to rotate that, what the command is. But we are going to just drive along here first. Set point B. Oh, I am so close. But it's not, it's there. Right, so back up a little bit. Get it in the right spot. And then, yeah, we can just crack on with this field. There is no fertilizer in this at the moment, so this might count against us as this is precision farming. Or it might, yeah, might just add a single layer to it. So, away we go. Coming up to, in fact, we have reached halfway through this contract, and we still have over 600 litres left. So it looks like we're going to have about 200 litres of fertilizer spare at the end of this job, which is absolutely brilliant. I was worried we were going to run out. I was worried we were going to have to run to the shop, which admittedly is only next door. But I thought we may have an issue. As it is, we are doing okay. Let's bring this round. No. Got to turn it further so it actually gets on the line. There we go. In. And yeah, it is doing well. We are looking at only using fertilizer we already had with equipment we already had, which is just going to maximize our profits from this, which is brilliant. I think, in fact, if we can get a whole load of stuff and a whole load of profits from this over this summer, we may be able to get a nice small cow pen, something that we can, you know, just keep a few cows to give us a little bit of milk, and go from there in order to try and try and get the cake baking stuff going. As I said last time, the only thing that I really think that I would be interested in buying or would want to buy is the sugar. I think getting sugar on here is going to be a very long old slog, especially as there is no sugar beet factory for us to do that through. And yeah, that's the only thing I think on here that we would be hard pressed to sort ourselves. Whereas I think milk and butter are things that we can get ourselves a nice little dairy set up. Get ourselves a nice little, dairy farm set up. A nice little dairy to convert the milk into butter. And then we should have everything we need bar the sugar for baking a cake. I think 200 litres might have been a tad optimistic. But we are coming up to the end of this contract. And yeah, we've still got 150 litres left. We are going to have to go and do some of the final row. I was hoping not to, but yeah, it is needed. Now, somebody was saying in the Stone Valley video from yesterday, I think it was yesterday's Stone Valley, that I was hoping, me hoping not to do headlands on a contract wasn't very realistic. My whole thing about contracts is we do as much of the contract as the owner is interested in us doing. So that's 100% without the whole field done. I consider that realistic. If the owner only requires 90% of the field to be sprayed with fertilizer, that's all that's required. So if the owner doesn't require me to do the headlands and will complete on that, I'm quite happy to go with that as well. So yeah, to me that's realistic. I'm doing what I'm contracted to do. As always, realism within the confines of the game. There's no point in wasting the extra fertilizer or anything like that if that is all that is required of a contract. And speaking of which, we're at the shop and we have 2 completed contracts, so we are going to make a decent amount of money off both these. Yeah, it hasn't cost us anything to do these, so the lower numbers there are actually incorrect because it just hasn't. So nearly £10,000 off those 2, so let's collect and collect. And that is, just shy of £10,000 off those 2 contracts. I was hoping it was going to give me both of those at the same time. So we've got a choice here. We can either go and do... Oh, hello. 2 more fertilizing contracts have come up. One of them is worth £12,000. And knowing what we know about how much it's just cost us, I actually think... yeah, they're going to be worth... they're probably going to be more worth it than considering the time it's going to take. So I'm going to take these 2. Let's accept both of these as well. So yeah, lots of quick money from fertilizing today. What I want is probably a couple of bags of fertilizer here. So big bags. We have... fertilizer. Yeah, it is going to take a couple of big bags of fertilizer, which is going to cost us nearly 4,000, but we're going to make way more than that in the first place. So let's buy that. Yes. Okay. So we have gone from it costing us nothing to do these today to it costing us 3,640. Both those contracts, though, well, one of those contracts will cover it. And this should be enough to cover both contracts. So we'll spin around here. Grab one of these. I have considered grabbing a dual pickup for the bags. I think that would work quite well for us as well. I've considered doing it on a few maps, actually. Right, so that's dropped that one in there and emptied that bag. Let's reverse up and grab the second one. So down, in, connect, up and forwards. Nice fluid motion there, and empty the second one into our spreader. And that is the second one in. Perfect. Let's hook this up. Where are our two fields? 24, which I think is back up where we came. Let's have a look. So yeah, 24 right next to one of the fields we've just done. And then 5 right over the other side of the map. So again, what I think I'm going to do is go and do the smaller field first. Get that out of the way and cleared. And then we will head up and go and do the larger one after that. I think contracts are one of my favorite aspects of Farming Simulator 22. It's a really great way to spend any downtime you've got to make a little bit of extra cash for your farm. And for me, just works so well doing that. Right, we want to reset that. And yeah, just is a brilliant way of doing things. Right, I want to... No, that is horribly off. Like this. This is why you need to line your tractor up first when creating a track with GPS. Almost a little further. There. A little bit over. Because if you don't line it up, you end up going off at odd angles. So we want to back this up now. This field, again, will be a nice, easy one to turn around on. And away we go. And yeah, we should complete this in no time. There is not much to this field, thankfully. And yeah, we'll have plenty of fertilizer to get this done. It didn't take very long to get 50% through this field. And in fact, we are already 60% through. It is... such a nice, long, easy field, this actually. And by the time you've done one row, you're already about 25% of the way through. 2 rows, and yeah, you get to that 50% point, and then after that, you're just sailing. It's 4 rows in. We've almost completely covered the field. By the end of this row, it will be finished because there won't be any field left to do. And yeah, this is a really nice, quick, nearly £2,000 that we've earned off this field. Just running down here and using a couple of 100 litres of solid fertilizer to do it. 95. Oh, is it going to hit it? It's not. Oh, 98%. Now, this is the annoying thing sometimes. You do get a contract like this where you need to go a little bit up the edge here just to get it to finish off. Won't have to go very far, but it's quite a thin bit. So it's fairly heavy on the fertilizer usage as a result. Oh, and I suppose I could have, thinking about it. No, in fact, you can't alter the width on this spreader. So, yeah, wouldn't have been able to make any difference to that. Still, field 24 is finished, and we are going to head over to field 5. Now, this is by far the biggest field we've done today, but it's also going to bring us in the most amount of money. I don't think these two fields could have been further apart, to be honest. There is, well, basically, field 24 is right up the other side of the map, whereas field 5 here is right on the western side. So yeah, we've gone right from east over to west, from a fairly small field to a pretty big one, and again we're changing our angle here. Now, what is the best angle to do this field at? I think it's actually gonna be a little bit more tricky to do. So when I come across a field like this, where I've got an angle that I'm less sure of, and I'm looking to set up GPS, what I will do is I'll actually set up the GPS, lining my tractor up on the side of the field here, and trying to drive along the side of the field for a little way. So we're going to line this up down the side there like that. We will set our first waypoint. I'm going to turn my lines on, and then hopefully driving down here we'll be able to get a good feel for it. And then if we move the line over, we can see how well it aligns to the side of the field. Absolutely brilliant. That is spot on. So we want to go with that. We'll head back to the edge of the field over here, and then I'll shift the line over, and what we can do is get ourselves onto that and start doing the field. And yeah, this will just make everything easier. It's on the right line. We're doing the longest edge, which is what we want to be doing. We're going slightly backwards there, which is not what I want to be doing. But yeah, turn that on, lines off, spreader on, and away we go. We're coming up to the halfway point on this contract now, and I was a little bit worried earlier at how fast the fertilizer was going down. I thought we were maybe going to be a little bit short. We started with just under 2,000 litres. We are just over 1,000 litres. So we seem to be on track to not only complete this contract with the fertilizer we have, but to have a healthy amount left over. We had about 100 litres in here before we started, so maybe between these two contracts we use roughly the amount that we purchased to do them. So if that's the case, the first contract is going to go a long way to paying for a large whack of the fertilizer that we've used across these two, which is great. You know, that is very cost effective, very useful, and allows us to turn our money into more money, basically. Not as much as if we'd used fertilizer we already had, like we did across the first two contracts here, but certainly enough to have made this worthwhile and a very good use of our time. Approaching the end of the contract, we are 97% of the way through it. And yeah, we shouldn't have to do this whole row here, I think, before this completes. So let's see how it goes. 98%. Come on, where's 99? There we go, 99%. Is going to be a majority of this row we have to do. 375 litres of solid fertilizer left. And in fact, there we go. Contract is complete. Perfect. So let's have a look where we are. We want to collect on both of these two completed contracts. So field 5, collect, and field 24, collect. And we've got these two grass ones and this weeding one. The weeding one is only 1,452 that we'd get for it. And it's 762 is the value. Let's have a look. Oh, it's the cost of renting, sorry. So it's not going to be worth very much. What field was that on? That was on field 31. So where is field 31? Going to be down here somewhere. There it is, right down at the bottom there. So I don't think it's going to take us very long. That should take us about 15 minutes. Although it is 4 o'clock in the afternoon, I think we're better off heading back to the farm actually, and getting ready for whatever we're going to do next time. Thinking about it on the way back, yeah, going and doing another contract is not going to be in our best interests. I think we are much better off getting this back to our yard and probably going and selling the tomatoes and the bread. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to come back into here. I'm just going to park this up. In fact, yeah, let's drop the fertilizer spreader off the back, We do have less fertilizer than we started with today and a lot more money. I mean, we're up to 23,000, so that's quite good. And let's see if we can get this up to 25. We've got 1,000 litres of tomatoes. I don't know how much bread we've got, but this rain is fairly unrelenting and we kind of want to go and get that picked up and out of it anyway. So let's back this into here. Then we're going to have to put the trailer section or the truck bed under there in front of the mulcher. Let's just back this up. I do like that. Can I? Oh, no, I can't. Oh, I can sort of. Yeah, I can lean out the window and see where I'm going backwards. That's quite cool. Yeah, I do like that. That's part of the realistic cab mod. Right, we don't need to go that far back, actually. Because, A, I need to be able to get out of my truck. And B, we're only dropping that off under here. And we do have quite a large overhang past the posts. Right. Up here. Yeah, no new tomatoes. I did think about just putting this outside the greenhouse. So sticking it in the loading area. And maybe we can load tomatoes straight into it, which would be quite good. That needs to go further back. There we go. Right. Now we can get that onto there. Close it up. Like so. We've got a fair amount of tomatoes in there. Let's head up to the farm shop, because that is the only place we can sell these and get them dropped off. This TLX is a very nice way to transport stuff. It has been so useful on here. Let's open that up. Unload the tomatoes. Oh, we're just outside. Right, we'll back up into the loading area. There we go. 896 in sold products, plus 53 environmental score. We are up to 24,728. Let's go and see if we can see how much bread we've got, and if we can make a little bit off that as well. Right, bring it into here and up. Yeah, I overshot ever so slightly. But, oh wow, we got 2 pallets of bread. Perfect. So let's back these up, get them loaded up. Like that. As we do. And pop out and just a little bit of realism in there. Just pretend we're chucking them in. Oh, we need to be a little bit further back for that one though. There we go. Right, we can get these ones loaded in. And boxed up. There we are. Right, and similarly, I think the only place that we can sell bread is also down at, at the farm shop. That is a good 2,000 litres, and it's over £2,500 per 1,000 litres. So this isn't just going to throw us over 25,000 litres, this is going to throw us up to about 30. And that is about perfect. I'm just so happy to hit 30,000 today. It'll go down a little bit overnight because we will have a loan to pay. But I think that is going to be a nice little bit of money in the pocket. 30,595. That is perfect. I'm very, very happy about that. We might skip the second day of May and head straight into June and see if we have anything harvest-wise to do, because that would be good. If we can get some wheat or barley into our windmill, we can top up the flour at our bakery and just keep making money off that with the bread. So that would be perfect. Today, we are going to be taking on some harvest. I'm trying to maneuver myself around for these tomatoes. I managed to push that first crate a bit into the wrong direction. Never mind. But yes, we are going to be doing some harvest. We've got a small harvest contract come up. I had to jury rig the contract system a little bit. So I'm finding if you want a harvest contract right now, what you have to do is fast forward yourself through to midnight and then try and grab any harvest contracts that appear at midnight. After that, they sort of disappear, and you have a lot of trouble trying to actually get one and do one. So yeah, we've managed to pick up a harvest contract. It is the only harvest contract available. It's a small one. It's worth 1,316. But if we look at the details on here, it's worth nearly 2,000. More than that, all of this is going into the old grain mill. And the old grain mill, of course, is our production facility. It's the one on our farm. So all of this is going to go into our grain mill, which in turn makes flour for us, which in turn makes bread for us. So we are going to... well, this contract is actually worth more to us beyond just the actual contract itself. We are able to take any grain that comes off this, any wheat that comes off this, and put it into our old grain mill and make money out of that. However, as this is a fairly small contract, at the moment, I am just loading up the 3 crates of tomatoes we've got, getting them down to the shop and getting a little bit more cash in for those. So we're going to plop this down here and do that. I don't think eggs-wise we have anything yet. We might have a crate. Nope, we are still working on the eggs. Plenty of food in there, still 315 litres of food in there. And actually what we can do is we can get some of the wheat from this contract and dump it in here as well. Use that to feed the chickens a bit as well. Which is basically, yeah, free wheat for us to do that with. So it's all good. It's looking fairly rosy today with what we have. But yeah, I want to get the tomatoes out of the way. I want to get the bread out of the way as well. And then later on, we will start loading up. Well, I don't know how quickly after getting this running again, we will find that we get flour out. But all in all, this should work out fairly well for us. So I'm going to get this down to the farm shop, and we can go and get some money for our tomatoes. You can see up the very top there the field we're doing. Field 1 is the only field that is currently ripe on the map. As a result, what we're probably going to end up doing is, like we did to get to here, we will end up skipping a day and going straight to July, seeing if we can pick up some more contracts, seeing if we can get some more stuff into our windmill, and just generally trying to raise a bit of extra money. It also means that each of these days we need to do this transport and get these products unloaded. There we go, a nice 1,405 plus an £84 boost. So just under 2k for that. So that's brilliant. We're going to head down to the bakery next, load up with any bread we've got down there and get that cleared out as well. As we've got sunflowers planted on our farm this year, it's actually fairly important for us to get any contracts we can with wheat or barley or oats. If we can get those, then that is going to make a big difference to keeping our bakery supplied. Let's load up the bread like so. That's pretty good. And yeah, we'll get this up to the farm shop as well. But yes, it's going to be fairly important for us to find some contracts, especially those that are delivering to the old grain mill. That is going to make a massive difference to us in keeping things running on our farm. And I'm actually quite happy that the first contract we've managed to grab this year is going to be one that will feed into that as well. That will keep us going for a little while. Unfortunately, due to the bug with the contracts at the moment, though, I am going to have to try and grab them at midnight and make sure that we are able to grab as many of them to keep us going for 2 days as we can. I don't want to be limiting myself to other types of contracts if I can. There we go, 2,669 for those with 160 environmental bonus. Fantastic. That's actually a really good amount of money every couple of days coming in from these products. I am very, very happy with that. So next we are headed down to the shop, and I can see waiting down there for us is a combine. And what tractor have we got? Oh, we've got another Kubota. I've got so many Kubotas since the DLC came out. It's wonderful. Pretty much every tractor I've had to use on a contract has been some form of Kubota. It's not a Kubota, it's a Zetor. I misidentified it as I'm coming in. Still great. We have a Zetor ourselves on the farm. So we've got a nice little Rostelmash combine here. That'll be very useful. We've got a header for it, the Power Stream header, a header trailer, a little Zetor tractor, and the Welga trailer. So what I'm going to do is we're going to use some hired workers for this and get some of this up to the field straight away. We can do this fairly easily using Follow Me, but to be perfectly honest, it's just as easy to use the hired workers, especially on a map like this. Base game maps work very well for the hired workers. So we're going to take that. We're going to set destination. We are going to head up to here. We're doing field 1. So I'm just going to put it there next to field 1. And that should do it. Off you go. Right. And then we want to get that header on the header trailer. And I think we should be all right hooking this. Yes, this should hook up to this combine. So we'll be all right with that. This combine would be a little bit small for us on our farm. I would like very much to grab a combine, but I think we're going to want something more along the size of a New Holland 770. I think would be a better one for us. Is that gonna... Yeah, there we go. That's on the trailer. Let's just have a look in the shop. In fact, oh wow, there's a Tryon in here. That would be perfect for our farm. Unfortunately, it's £222,000. But yeah, that would be an absolutely perfect combine for us. There's also a T6 here. However, I think if I take that up to the power I'd need, which is its top end, a 175, yeah, that's 70,000. So neither of those at the moment, unfortunately, are affordable. Both would be good additions to our farm if we could afford it, but it's not possible, unfortunately. Right, let's hook up this. And that doesn't want to hook up those. And I want to send this back to our farm. We've no need to keep this down here. We're going to end up finishing at our farm anyway, seeing as that's where the old grain mill is. So let's take a look at that. And I want to set destination for that to be at home. Let's see if I can get it in the right place. Like that. Right, so that is headed off. And we can get our little Rostelmash combine into forwards. And yeah, we'll head off and catch up with the tractor. Doing some quick calculations on the way up here. And I think we're going to get about 12,000 litres of flour off this field. And as a result, that should give us a really nice amount of bread off here as well. It's going to be a nice little top up more than anything else. Now, we have spent... yeah, 160 on wage payment. That was to get our truck back and our tractor over here. Let's bring this to here. And then we can disconnect this trailer. bring this round, and yeah, we're facing the wrong way to get into the field, but that should be fine. I turn my lights off. Plenty of space up here to extend this field if you bought it. I think my only issue with some of the fields on this map is this would be an awesome little starting area. Field 1 would be fantastic, and along with field 2. But if you come to purchase this area, what you find is that field 1 encompasses all of this land. And as a result, it's 267 for such a small field. Yes, you can expand the field if you want, but in comparison to field 2, which is only 87,000, it's quite a jump. And like here, field 7 here is a tiny part of this 314,000 piece of land. It's a little bit annoying, really. Right, let's connect that up, connect those up, switch over to our combine, unfold the combine, start her up, and away we go. And yes, we do have GPS on this combine, and I don't think we want to drop straw on this. There we go. There we are. Yeah, we can't pick up the straw, so there is no point in us dropping it. There's enough space at the top end of this field where I think we can get away with maybe only doing a couple of headlands. I think that will probably work out fairly well for us. We're already 10% of the way through the field, and we've only done half of the field so far. Maybe, yeah, 2/3 at this point, because we've done both ends. But it's, yeah, there's not a huge amount of work here. It's quite nice to have this little bit of a top up going through our production chains. And as I said earlier, I'm more interested in the money that we get with this going through the production chain than the actual contract itself. It will turn, if I get on the right angle here, there we go. It will turn our productions quite nicely. So as I said, we're going to get at least we're probably going to get 1,400 liters out of here. That in turn turns into about 1,200 liters of flour. In doing that, it's actually going to give us a couple of bits out. So 1,200 liters of flour, that in turn, 12,000 liters of flour. That then we can turn into about 6,000 liters of bread. So that's great. So this whole contract in the end, then, selling bread on a regular basis, this whole contract is actually worth wow, about really is worth what, about £18,000 to us. That's crazy. And that is the power of the production chains in Farming Simulator 22. If you can get a £2,000 contract going through one of your production chains the whole way, you can turn that £2,000 into, well, with that on top of what we'll get for the bread, into about £20,000 with the right production chain. That is incredible. We are fairly close to being full, so what I want to do now is stop that there, I think, and we'll get the auger out. Let's stop the actual thresher, and I'll go and grab the tractor and trailer. Yeah, not a very big little Z-Tour this, but fine for this contract. We could have done this with our own tractor. What I really would like to do is have our own combine and be able to do these contracts ourselves. But having a little, this little setup is fine. Right, let's empty that out. Hopefully that goes into the trailer. Yes. Don't need to worry too much. I think about spreading it. I'll spread it fairly well around the middle. This trailer will take at least a couple of loads from this combine. I don't think it's particularly... Yeah, it's not a particularly bad ratio between the two. And that empties our combine out. So let's jump over here. Jump into this. Yeah, 61%. So the combine will fill this up. Just going to park that there. And we'll complete the rest of our headland here. And then we're going to cut in. I have set up the GPS already. So we'll be able to just cut straight into the middle of the field. And I'm looking to do 2 separate cuttings on here, I think. So I've worked out we've got about 10 rows here, I think. I'm just going to turn the lines on for a minute. And as a result, we want to cut about 3 rows in, split this section in half, and then we'll do the same on the other end. So in, and yeah, there we are. Perfect. And this should now mean that we get 2 nice separate cuttings. We're about a quarter of the way through the field. Yeah, that looks about right. And should be nice and neat going forwards. I'm quite pleased with this. This is a nice, tidy little contract. Always like seeing that. The more I reflect on it, the more the early ownership of production chain buildings just seems like a really good idea to me. It is, well, as I said, you go through contracts, you don't have to buy any of the equipment to do the contracts with. You get paid for delivering the crop, and then you turn the crop into your own cash. That's brilliant. That just, as opposed to having to buy all the equipment, to seed everything, to go through and do all of that work. You know, you get paid for all of that work if you do contract stuff. And then, yeah, you deliver it to the place where you then get to process it and deliver it down to your next production chain or sell it from there. And you get a whole load of stuff. That is just absolutely fantastic. So I think as a start from scratch strategy, that's a really good way to go. Put that money into the initial purchase of some production chains, and you can't go far wrong. I think you'll easily make that money back pretty quickly. I mean, if it's 40,000 to buy a to buy the grain mill, for example, invest 40,000 in that, do wheat and barley contracts, and yeah, you will produce grain that you can then produce flour from. So we'll top off this trailer, and then we can go and get it tipped. I'm not going to worry about putting a hired worker on the combine. We have plenty of time left today to get this field finished. And 97, 99, 100. Perfect. So we'll run this down to our farm and the old grain mill. And yeah, we can then start the flour processing. And then by the end of the day, we might have some to transport down to the bakery to get that refilled. I've come a slightly different way back to my farm. There's a service station up here and a load of other bits. This is actually at the back of the forestry area on Haut-Beyleron, and an area that I've not done much on. While I'm here, actually, and talking about forestry stuff, the Platinum Edition, or the Platinum Expansion, has been announced for Farming Simulator 22. It is... Well, it seems to be very logging focused, with Volvo coming in, 40 plus new machines. I'm actually quite excited. As somebody who's doing a forestry series on a Friday on Horsch's, I am really looking forward to that coming out. And I think my aim, especially with Horsch's, is going to be that we're going to continue that series on. We'll continue that series until November, until it's released. And then we'll take whatever we've earned from Horsch and explore the Platinum expansion using that. And go from there. I think that is going to be a great way to continue the Forestry Friday stuff, and a great way to go with that. So I'm really looking forward to trying that out towards the end of the year, and seeing where we can go with that, with a little bit of money behind us that we've earned through logging in the first place. But now we are back down to our farm, and this is, I think this is the location where we've got to deliver this. Now it's showing the production chain there. What is this? This is the old grain mill. The contract is going to the old grain mill. So yeah, I think this is the right place. We will find out soon enough if it's not, in which case it's going to cost us a lot of money if it isn't. But I don't think there's anywhere else on this map which is marked as, yeah, I think we've got a lot of stuff sitting here. Oh, wow. So I sent the truck back here on a hired worker. Let's get that map out of the way. And hoping that I would get it to park pretty much in its spot. And I'm not far off. That's really good. This, however, is going to be fun because we've now got to reverse a dolly. Now, trick to reversing a dolly in Farm Sim. Come in here, into cab. You've got your third linkage, your upper linkage point there. Try and keep that as straight onto the trailer as possible. And if you line those two things up, so we know where we're sitting in the cab, you know, sort of slightly to the right of it, you can reverse up a dolly really easy. I see, you know, people complain about it all the time. But yeah, that was massively easy to keep that straight enough to get it reversed up to there. And there we go. In goes the grain into our grain mill. In fact, we can go a little bit further back. And we'll see if this then completes any of the contract. Yes, it does. 56% transported. Perfect. So before we head off again, what we'll do is we'll head into our productions. We'll head into our... They've adjusted it. The last update does not put that into my production chain. Oh, no. So, yeah, that has changed it. That's actually slightly annoying. We will have some to put in here, but that's not going to work as it did before. That has been updated and not for the better for us. So that did not at all go according to plan. I was expecting to get a much better payday off this small contract than we've actually got. And yeah, in actual fact, we're not going to be quite as well off as I thought we were. Now, I just want to double check before we go into this row. We've got 2 headlands here. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 is this one. So let's start her up and get back into this. But yeah, I'm not happy with that. I was expecting us to make a lot more of this contract than we actually were, and it nullifies pretty much everything I've said about doing start from scratch with productions, because you're not going to make as much as I would hoped. One thing I do know is that all of the remaining wheat on this field is going to fit in that trailer. We won't need to do more than one more trip. And in fact, we are coming up to 90% full now and 80% complete on this field. So we'll spin the combine round and back in for the next row. But I think we want to probably empty this out before too long. That's it, straighten up. Don't miss any, and we'll get the auger out ready to unload. as we hit 97, 98, 99, and there we go. Complete. Let's get the tractor and trailer and unload this. Not a massive amount left on this field after this. There we go. That should be good. Into there and unload it. And yeah, got it about the same place as I got it last time. Seems to want to be a little bit further over, to be honest. Let's lift the bed up. And yeah, there we go. We'll unload this here. And with that unloaded, we'll start up the thresher. We'll get back on course. And we'll put the auger in. And away we go. So we've delivered 8,000 litres. We've got another 4,900 litres in the trailer. Along with looking like another 1,000, maybe 2,100. If that's the case, we're looking at nearly 7,000 litres. Yeah, not far off to 2,054. So yeah, just about 7,000 litres that we've got here. In fact, only 50 litres shy of that. Our contract requires another 5,900. So we're going to end up with, yeah, so another 1,000, and we're going to end up with 1,054. So that's going to create about 500 litres worth of flour for us to deliver down to the shop. Or deliver down to our bakery, and from that we'll make about half of that, so we'll make about 250 litres of bread, and from that 250 litres of bread we will make about £1,000 ish. So yeah, not the massive extra amount I was hoping for, not the 20,000 I was expecting overall from this contract. In fact, that's an awful lot less. We're looking at more like about 4,000. To say I'm disappointed is a little bit of an understatement. Wow, first time I do the maths, and it turns out that the last update has nerfed it completely. We've got 6,954 litres in our trailer, and that means we're going to have about 1,000 litres into the into our grain mill, which is ours, which is incredibly annoying considering how much we know we've delivered overall. And as a result, we should make, as I said before, about 500 litres of flour from this. That will give us a new pallet of flour because we've got 600 odd litres of flour waiting to be unloaded. So that will help with that. In goes the wheat. And when we get to about 1,000 litres... bam, that is the point at which the contract finishes, and we get a little bit extra into our grain mill. So let's have a look at this. Yep, we have, was that a barley contract? That was a barley contract by the looks of things. Yeah, there we go. 1,316 with 207 litre cost. So it's only 1,109 that we get for that. So let's collect that contract. And we can then have a look in our production chain and see what we got. So yeah, it was barley. So 1,400 litres of barley we now have in here. A little bit more than I was expecting. So we didn't have to deliver quite as much. And that, so what is the conversion rate for barley? It is a little bit better, I think. That is, oh, that's a really difficult one to work out. But if it was 5 to 4, for that, it would be 24. So yeah, it's not quite as good, actually. So let's activate that one, and that will then start going as our windmill starts to turn, and we'll start to get some more barley out, or we'll start to get some more flour out of here. How much flour do we have? 668 litres going through there. So yeah, we are we're going to get a little bit of extra flour out of here that we can take down to our bakery and get that going. But that actually, I think, is about it for the farm for today. We are good for our chickens. Yeah, they are all fed rather nicely. We didn't have enough excess to put some in there for the chickens, unfortunately, after the fact that none of it went in other than the excess. So we can't do anything there. Our other bits are running nicely. We've got plenty of water in the greenhouses. We've got plenty of flour down there. And yeah, hopefully we'll have some flour to transport down to the bakery next game day. In fact, we certainly should, because we are going to skip another day and go straight into August next time. For now, though, I'm going to leave this here, which means that all that remains is for me to say thank you for watching. I hope you've enjoyed this video. Please leave a like, drop us a comment, and give it a share. Special thanks to all my patrons and channel members. Your support is invaluable in making these videos and helping the channel to grow. For more from Virtual Farmer, check out the links below, follow on Twitch to watch live, and for more videos, subscribe and ring that bell. I will see you next time. Goodbye.